So a lot of people come to us and they're wondering about things like, is this going to...
Don't worry about anything. I just pray about everything. Simple as that. Get out of my face. Go ahead. I worship the Most High Almighty God. This ain't a ritual. You call it that, I guess, because I repeat it and I do it regular. But I just like any human being, you kind of have to use objects to illustrate points. There's no way around it. This looks like paganism and witchcraft to some folks. The only significance is, you know what I'm saying? I'm not real tech savvy, so instead of trying to set up something to look at, I'm just going to welcome you into my real home. You know what I mean? And just play with my stuff. Just put it different places depending on how I'm feeling that day. So don't flip out or think I'm a witch. Might be them. You know what I mean? Just know the objects don't hold any power. I'm just using them to illustrate point. The eagle's claws being broke, don't pay no attention to that. I mean, you can if God shows you something using that, but that's, you know, just from being knocked around. The deer lost a horn, the eagle lost a claw and a half. You know what I mean? Those aren't significant to me. They may be to you, but that's just the way it turned out. I'm bumping around in here. I'm cleaning up. I'm about to finish and get a shower. I'm blocked from my page. If you got enough power, Pollyon, to let me go live on my page again, appreciate you switching to no pressure, though. I'm gonna start this one, but I need to let them know whatever, or maybe I'll just link this one in. I just don't feel like doing it. I'm not real tech savvy. Just glad that to a certain extent I know what's going on, and I know that you're assisting me if no one else. I'm thankful for you. I love you. Speaking of Apollyon, it was funny, bro. Now that we've gotten to know each other well enough, I mean, there's really not much at all, but still, it's better than when we first encountered each other. And I'm just taking guess. You have to correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. But when I talk to you, you know, I do make assumptions. I'm not trying to burst you or get on your skin. It's obvious now some of the people that you was using just to keep me on my toes and make sure that I knew who I was playing with at first before we really understood where each other come from, before I even really knew about you. They're all panning out to be, you know what I mean? They're not like you in the spirit. I don't know if I mean, how much you can see, how much you can't. You know, there's nothing I'd have from you. You know, there's a lot I'd rather you not see, but I don't mind. You know, I think we're close like that, as far as I'm concerned. Even if it's just Dad messing with me and making sure that I take it serious. He may be doing the whole thing with you. I don't know. I just know that I feel a kinship with you. But the people that you was using to spook me, they sent me some spooky pictures that kind of like rivaled mine a little bit in the beginning. Just weird. And then I thought about it. I was like, well, I didn't shake it. I mean, I'm sure you saw all that, but nothing was working. And then Clint come out and freaking out. And it was obvious they got to the point where they realized they wasn't going to be able to scare me off, that I wasn't bluffing. And now they all like, man, they're citizens, man. They're all act, you know what I mean? They can't hold a conversation. They are being extra nice now. If I hit them up, extra nice. They want no trouble now. You know what I'm saying? Like, extra nice. Extra nice. Enthusiastic and everything. About, like, I'll ask them something out the way. Like earlier, I asked one of them, you know, I figured out who it was and tied in with. So I called him on it. He played dumb. He's like, is she dead or alive? Thought I was asking him to consult with a spirit. I asked him about a particular girl. He said, "Is she dead or alive?" I don't talk to the dead. It shows you how much they know me. He was all casual and everything. He was just like totally casual, like, is the bitch dead or alive? I don't even know if I am. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, it's actually who he is, but he was playing dumb. So anyway, I said, no, I didn't. I just showed him the code where it panned out his initials, and he loved the message, like he was confirming it. And then I sent him a picture of the Salem witch trials, and make fun of him. I had a little emojis over the head and stuff, and they was real friendly back. You know what I'm saying? No Texas now, no John Clay now. It's all bluff. Just so you know, I'm sure you've seen, and they're monitoring somehow. But anyway, it's been confirmed. They was threatening Texas when I wasn't phased, and they come with a big gun. You know what I'm saying? They dropped it a few months ago. They don't want no part of me now. And they said it was just real casual, real light conversation now. No insults, nothing. Using the voice message and everything. And I didn't, because usually they weren't. And they used to only do it at 3 o'clock in the morning, just trying to freak me out. It might even be you just messing with me, testing me. And I'm not offended if it was, but it was really fun just to see that they don't want no part of me now. And they know that I'm not bluffing. And it's obvious that you're scarier than I am, because I'm in this body trap to a certain extent till I figure out how to morph it and stuff, or just lay it down and shed it. But I don't think you're confined to a body. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? But I don't think you are. And the people that you've been using, they did some weird shit, man, attacking me or whatever, just spooking me or stalking me, or just, really just bothering me. Just peeking their head in every now and then, and with some weird stuff that's kind of like mine, and didn't have no explanation, no lesson to teach, nothing really learned, just insulting or kind of out the way, or just meant to throw you off, startle you. And but I checked them all, man, and they can't back it up. I really think they're scared of us now, like really bad. Scared of us because even the people that's been trying to like hammer in that COVID thing, like I didn't have the whole thing planned. Like, you know what I'm saying? They be mentioning it like really, really shy. The oldest one in my family, I'm not knocking him. I love him. Matt, he's awesome. I think he's cool. You know what I'm saying? He's a redhead though. Like you, he probably got the telepathic powers, and he was always dissing me on some slight shit. When we hang out, he had some little underhanded stuff to say, but he was just picking, really. I didn't take it personally. And I do respect him. Anyway, we was walking to the house the other day for Christmas. He was like, and I'm done improved all that COVID BS all the way, all this year. I done solid as a rock. Never changed my switch up on that. Never changed. I just stay steady at it. It was totally unfazed. They're living next door to me. God knows they see this, me making a ruckus like this. God knows they keeping up with it. Anyway, we're walking in for the Christmas get together, and you can tell that they had consorted, like they had talked about it beforehand. I'm so good, man, with this military eye now, boy, red eye, because he's the oldest in the family, right? As far as like that married in. So you could tell somebody told him to be the one that mentioned it. You know what I mean? He was out there in the yard, he was going a couple times, kind of checking for me, but not really. I called him out there, I walked in with him, I gave him a gift. He's like, me and Kendall got the COVID. This is Matt and Kendall, this is M&K. Me and Kendall got the COVID a couple of weeks ago. I didn't know what to say because I'm sitting here next door and did all this. I was like, man, God got us, bro. You know what I mean? I wasn't going to go to the hospital. I was like, God got us. And he agreed, but you could tell. This bull. But it's like somebody had to do something. They're scared to even talk now, for real. And when I told him God got us, he agreed. You can tell it ain't nothing he wanted to do. It's just, that's just part of it. Because the girls run this family. That's why I've been raising hell like this and been doing what I've been doing. My sister's been running the family for a long time. You know what I mean? And they do a good job. But, it's not God's will for girls to be the leaders. That's why I had to rise up. And I don't think they hate me for it. Brittany might have a call with me or somebody in her family. I don't know. We need to talk. We ain't talked in a long time. And I got some things I want to talk to her about. I'm not going to say here. But my sisters have been running the family for a long time. Tracy too, but she just ain't right here in this area. The females have done great. The men have been pussies. Total pussies. And the girls have held it down. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to rise up and join them. You know what I mean? Got some things I want to talk to them about privately. I ain't going to say here, but that's why I've been doing all this. I see, I wasn't going to let them carry all the weight. And I was also seeing that it wasn't God's will. You know what I'm saying? Brittany would find a good dude or so we thought, but he wouldn't tough as her. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't hang. And Kendall, she done good with Matt. I like him. I really do. I don't know much about him personally, but I don't have to. He don't worry me like that. You know what I'm saying? He just like me. He can be dirty, he can be sleazy, he can be underhand if he want to, but he ain't with me. I mean, he might pick on me a little bit back in the day, but that's it. I like Matt, but he's a good bit older than Kendall. Nothing extreme, but just enough to be like, you tell it. You know what I'm saying? You saying something to him. You know what I'm saying? We got the code. I can't believe people buying that shit. You can tell they don't. It's just the best they got. I've been training for this all my life, bro. Like, we got this. I feel bad though, because I kind of feel bad. Tim feel bad because the response I get from even the people you was having spook me and stuff, they ran out of spook, and now they're all like, all smile, hunky dory, like happiest, most positive response you ever hope for. Short and sweet, straight to the point, but every number is on destruction and all this and all that. Bro, they trying to play casino. They don't even know. Anyway, I just think it's so funny. Like, surely the COVID ain't going to stay to the end of this dang year. We dealt with that, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'll make a hardcore point with you right now. Do whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? That's what I owe you. You made me in with me, so you know what I'm saying? Just tell me what to do. Got the script. I'll even do it to the script. I'll praise the Most High Almighty God for strengthening me, eliminating my fear, for proving himself, though he didn't have to. He went way out of his way. Appreciate my friend Pollyanna. And I feel bad for him not being able to get no better soldiers. They just ain't got that voodoo, juju, hoodoo, you know what I'm saying, hoodoo, little swag, you know what I mean? The guru. They just ain't got it. I'm that guru guide, your hoodoo hive and voodoo vibe and who knew hide it. Anyway, so I respect you, Pollyanna, you're better. And if it was just me and you, I know you probably get me because I'm trapped. He made the screen go black. If it was just me and you, I know you get me because I don't think you have to be. I don't think you're fighting the body. And when you did with my ass pretty good, dang, all up and down on the driveway last year, you know what I mean? I really felt. You with me good. Like I ain't never been with in my life, and I never really saw you. It was very difficult. If it wasn't for God being on my side, man, and just being planned, I just want to let you know there ain't no way I'd be able to take you. It's not you that is having any trouble. You don't at all. You're really scared. Look, there's thunder. You hear that? It's the little people that you try to get to do it because they're not natural. They hadn't been like me and you all their life. They might be a little weird, might be creative, might be good at, you know what I'm saying, playing the part. They might can say the line and show the image or whatever. But you can feel it when it's real. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was fighting you, I felt like I was gonna die. And I didn't even know which direction you were coming from, and you were mopping the floor with me. And it was really, really. I'm hearing gunshots. I heard 3, I think. It was just really amazing, really incredible. You know what I mean? I know you was really mad at me and wanted to kill me at one point in time during that, but I think we got over that. I would never want to kill you. I just tried to front like I was a couple of times because you was coming from my life. I felt like I just wanted to let you know and let it be known. Say it so if you want to put it in whatever in the end, complete. You know what I'm saying? So it don't hurt your pride. There ain't no way I could have took you or done anything if God hadn't had that plan. And I'm back up ready to go, and I hadn't been doing this weird shit all my life. The people that you trying to get to spook me, they just wasn't convincing. They might be weird, they might be creative, they might be colorful, but they ain't been, you know what I mean, tripping like us out there on the dark side, really spend no time in the spirit realm. They just like those type of things. They like the way it makes them look. They do that kind of art, or they, you know what I'm saying, they enjoy that style because they like the way it makes them appear. They're not really about it like me and you. They want to pay my respect, let you know. You know what I'm saying? let's let it go, man. And the first day of the new year, let's do something else. I love you. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. Maybe we'll do it again in a few years once we're back to full health and full capacity. You find you a good pup and train him, you know what I'm saying? Maybe in a decade or so we'll do it again. You see when he clips it, he's like a laser beam. I mean, he's on point, bro. I don't know how you do that. It must be like I imagine it's something like, let me get rid of this light. It's not so bright. I still gotta get in the shower, man. Rolling. It's pretty. Your timing is really amazing. I know that it's. I give God the credit for it. I know a lot of that is you when you clip it, and it may make you mad. I don't know, but you keep doing it, so I didn't think it did. But you know, it might bother you a little bit. I give God the credit for that because I know it's a lot of that is you, as you laid on top of me, and you're less on top of me now than earlier this last year. But you know, just so you know, I know a lot of that's you, but I give God the credit because He made both of them. But I always say that, like I'm finna butter you up. But so Kevin and Christian, I've been thinking about today. He's obviously, he might be an angel in the sky. Man. I think he's one of my dads, our dads, because even though he's weird and he throws me off, he got my attention, and he helped me get to this point. But he discouraged me from doing some of the things I did. So it's kind of hard to tell. I'm just trying to, I guess I'm rolling the credits or something. It's obvious that this is hell. And Dad seems sad that that so far I haven't come all the way back to myself or come back to him. Or, you know, devoted, and I like to walk that straight and narrow. I do walk my own straight and narrow, but not the beaten path. You know what I'm saying? And everywhere I hear these little things saying, do this and do that. And he seems kind of sad, only through his puppets, though, like my friends that tried to pump me. now that they couldn't and they're backing up off, they were like, they all look sad. If you look in their eyes, they look sad. And I've been asking myself, why do they look sad? I'm happy. They look sad like they lost a game or something. Or they look sad like they were pulling for me and I lost or something. And I asked myself, why are they sad? And I wonder. Oh, somebody's here. Let me see what it says. What's up, dude? You good? Nice. You got 13 on his jersey. Well, I apologize to my sister. I've been owing them an apology for a minute. I did. I was in front of the kids, so I didn't say much, but let them know. They said, we just want you to do better. I said, don't get no better than this, babe. Dang. And just when I thought they understood. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, there's lots of reasons you could come to the world. You know what I'm saying? They don't always, men, they just don't understand men. They be running shit around here. They don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Some men are just born to fight. I'm not saying that's me, but I'm saying I am born to fight in my own way for what I believe in. And I do it like a job every day. They really don't get no better than this. I'm devoted, committed, totally. You know what I'm saying? But hey, she was nice in her response. She was kind of condescending, but that's okay. That was the youngest one. But anyway, they act like the people that I was friends with, you know, they act like I let them down or something because I'm like chilling in hell. But to be honest with you, I feel at home here. I didn't at first because y'all was checking me so much because of the stuff that I had done. But I was just trying to figure out. I was just trying to figure things out. None of those things I've done have defined me. But some of y'all took some of them things personally. I understand why. So I wasn't welcome. But now, like I feel straight. Like God ain't got to give me anything. As hard as I've worked, just for him, you know what I mean? I love it. As hard as I work for him, these last few years, I know I've done a lot wrong, but I've, kept him first priority, best of my limited human ability. If he wants to, bless me, he can bless me. And this year, I'm not expecting anything, but if he wants to bless me, he can bless me. If not, you know what I'm saying, I'm at home here. Because, I'm just, there's lots of things I'm trying to change, lots of things I'm trying to look up, trying to get in order. But I'm not sweating it. I'm enjoying my life. God gave me the gift of life, and I'm going to enjoy it. And I ain't got to do evil to enjoy it. But I'm always standing up for what I believe in. And if that means that I cut out the blessing, which I know I ain't, it's just in God's good time. If that, so be it. I'm blessed just as it is. I wouldn't mind being I am, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But I am whatever God made me. I know I'm collaborating with him and everything, but they all seem sad, like they're disappointed. I told them I was going to do it, and I did it. And they all doubted me, you know what I mean? Now that I have, they all look sad, like they were expecting something different. Or they were hoping to be the one to pump me or something. It's just weird. It's hard to understand. I guess I'm just going to let the music play, give me a shower, be back. I'd like to find some blood, but I ain't sweating that either. But I think about Creator God, the Creator Source, Most High, Almighty, done constantly. And everyone I meet, you know what I mean? I make it a point to try to make an impact. It's obvious that not everybody can see what I see. Not everybody can navigate through the physical and the spiritual. It is a balancing act of sorts. I just hate seeing disappointment in my friend's face that care for me, you know what I mean? But it's a strange and unique path that I walk. I'm proud to walk the path I'm on. I chose it for myself, There's been many who have meant me harm, but there's also been a few who really looked out. I found on my breaker Lee Smith's name, upside down, drawn on my breaker today while I was cleaning. I'm about sick of this shit, man. You need to explain. You know what I'm saying? You need to fill me in on whatever it is I don't know. Also, you know what I mean? Khaleesi looks a lot like my brother Josh. A lot. Just for the record, if that's the case, I was never into Jasmine like that. She lied to me constantly about little that didn't matter. I wasn't into her like that. You know what I'm saying? I tried to make it work. It wasn't nothing bad, but it just wasn't no fire. She didn't respect me like that. It was obviously some kind of setup or some kind of, arranged thing. You know what I mean? I just wish my people to be straight up with me. I only say that because my nephews told me, my brother had a daughter that it was a sticky situation. And they kind of flexed on me with that. Like, I don't know if that's what they mean. Sure would be nice to know. Also, I'm just being honest. All the people that try to reach out to me in the name of Christ, they all wind up bailing on me. Not that I'm not saying God don't accept them, but all them people that try to look down their nose at me, tell me do it this way, do it that way, blah blah, and then disappear on me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to go nowhere with them. I don't care if they was going to heaven. I'd rather stay right here than to go to some boys ranch or some little happy ass farm. This is not me. I'm cool wherever I'm at. I don't need nothing. I do believe that I've put in a lot of work, and that the Lord, when He sees fit, will bless him. I trust Him, but I'm not counting on it. I'm struggling to understand the gift set up in the temple. Ever since Jennifer called me, I won't say Jennifer who, but she knows who she is. I love her. Ever since she called me a long time ago, years ago, and asked me, to help get somebody in reach that had done one of her family members wrong, just so if she wanted to give him as a gift to somebody and let him do what he pleased with him, because it was somebody that bullied him as a kid and really enforced himself on him, just was way out of line. She asked me, if I could get a hold of this dude. He's in prison now, but after he went to prison, and I helped with that and everything, just praying hard and being there for his victim. Even after he went to prison, it's been a few years he's been in prison. I've still been getting all these visions and notifications, numbers about a gift set up in the temple. Like we didn't do whatever she was wanting me to do. So then for a second, I thought I might be the gift set up in the temple for somebody. And I was like, who did I do wrong? And I realized there's lots of people holding things against me that I didn't even know about. I'm struggling to understand. Sometimes I think it's these folks here, you know what I mean, that tried to teach me that I wasn't a child of God. But I ain't trying to hurt nobody. I don't want none of that. It could just be God seeing if I would. If I thought I was God's son and could do anything I wanted to, would I hurt the people that raised me wrong? No, I'd sympathize because they didn't know. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I'm struggling to understand I won't say her whole name, but Destiny that I've been seeing on here online that's been wrestling with me. Really pretty, looks a lot like me. She told her testimony, and it was like my daughter's story. My daughter's not that old, but she's obviously locust or something. Beautiful, man. She had a little leopard, like real subtle leopard print in the background, like a flag of the earth, leopard print. And it reminds me of Jamin Mistress or whatever, when she had a leopard print all the time, and her daughters, they were really pretty too. And around the same age. But anyway, this girl looks real different. And she's in the same kind of get up, same kind of house, real clean. And her and her mama, they look a lot alike. And she told her testimony was a lot like my daughter's. And anyway, like I said, I tried to message her. She didn't ever message back. I was just going to see what's up, see if she had anything she wanted to say. I have a hard time understanding that because AK's girl's named Destiny. And AK come over here last time I seen him years ago. Told me, yeah, somebody, she had hooked up with somebody that she worked with. And I didn't understand. He told me this story, but it was obviously a skit. I'm having a hard time understanding. He did that song, yeah, that nigga fuck my bitch, but I ain't tripping. I'm gonna fuck with my man and his little sister right here on my page, and did with me. I don't know if he plays on me or them or what. You know what I'm saying? I've been the greatest like forever, man. I'm tired of this shit. I wake up in the morning and say, fuck. Like Shorty Fat. And I know I'm balling and flashing it right in your face sucks. And he did that king selfie. He was talking about an AK. He thought it was an AK he had, and the SKS is what it wound up being. But I have a hard time understanding that. Like, he was always flexing like he was better than me. So I guess when I finally earned his respect, he was saying it was that I wasn't a weapon laying in his hand, AK, but that we was together in SKS. And that's why he became king selfie. It's hard to understand. Last time I saw Mac, he pulled a gun on me for nothing. It's because he had a girl with him, and I stood my ground in my own house because he was being sloppy. And I just, just put my foot down. It was real gentle, but was letting him know, hey, man, shit, He pulled a gun on me and couldn't shoot me for that. This was like one of the most intelligent people I never knew. It's, I don't understand why they do like AK always talking. He talks a lot like me. And he was always telling me about what he's going on. I just don't understand, like, if it was that important, And if it had to do with me and all this stuff, it was going to pan out this long, why didn't he just tell me what was going on? It's hard to understand. He won't message me back. But he said that his girl hooked up with a guy she worked with at Tyson's Chicken, like tNy-3V3RR34Dy-W34P0N, Dynamite, Tyson's Chicken, where him and Kirsten and a few others work. What's her name? From Glencoe or Hope's Bluff, and take their raps. It's obvious that AK was talking about me. Like Destiny hooked up with me. I ain't never had anything to do with his girl. Just been there for her when, while he was there. We've always been friendly with her. I always thought she was pretty, but I would never try to make her my girl or nothing. And it's so funny that as soon as he said all that, here come this Destiny looking just like me. Like a really pretty version of me. And telling her testimony and talking about sitting in her dad's lap and being like she always thought he'd be a preacher, and just told she sounded like my daughter talking about me. Weird. Dog barking. And she's ex-witchcraft, Satanism, all this stuff. Then I don't understand where that fits in. Like AK said, somebody hooked up with his girl and he was living in a tent at the time. And when me and Kirsten hung out, we stayed in the same house AK had, but then went up Knuckle Mountain in him and was sleeping in a tent, like Saint. And I found a little paper where he did Crunk Fest 2013 in Gadsden. I was there when he saw the yellow and red shirts in the video. And he was with Ace or whatever, AK and Ace. Taking him out of my city. They did that little song. I found that paper, and it was the same paper where Edward Snowden exposed all the wiretaps and all this stuff. So I have a hard time understanding that. I have a hard time understanding how he's saying, like, him and the girl split, and she hooked up with somebody that she worked with at Tyson's. And now I look back, I'm realizing he must have been referencing me, but I never hooked up with his girl. I never even talked to her like that. I don't know what the hell he means. And then this girl, Destiny, appears. And it's really got my features, like, look like she made out of my blood. But she's way too old to be my daughter. She's like, better half of my age, 2/3 my age. And she's trying to wrestle, you know what I'm saying? She's let me know with the numbers and everything she's doing, but she knew what she was doing. She's wrestling with me. It's hard for me to understand. I went black, isn't it? It's hard for me to understand. Destiny that AK was with a white girl. He's Mexican, and he was with a white girl. And she kind of chunky. This girl's thin. They're both pretty, but it's just weird. I don't know, like, if that was that important. AK knew that, and it's obvious by the way he was talking in the video. He knew something. Then I don't understand why people don't just tell me what he did. I'm not scared of the grave. It did. You trying to tell me I'm a saint? I had so many people go over here and write ghost. I ain't no ghost. When you believe in Christ, you don't die. Simple. I ain't no ghost. I wouldn't mind being a ghost, though. It'd be all right. Hopefully I'll be able to lead his body, though. Anyway, I was just really struggling to understand that, where that all fits in. Jambo and Lambo and all this stuff. TJ and Zia, that black Filipino half Mexican-Cuban in Atlanta. Bean and Kirsten, B and K. I've been looking at Bean's book, that How Come Planet Earth. And, he wanted to be a botanist or whatever, like plants. It's obviously he's a locust. Either that or he's one of my dad's puppets, just raising me. That's the hard part, is understanding, like, who's who, and, you're not trying to pick favorites if you really believe in Father. he can't get too attached to any one of the figures he uses. He really uses Dan, but Dan seems sad. Like I let him down. I don't know. Like these people that act like they need something from me or they want something, like they're challenging me, but they won't do it. So I don't know what they expect. There's a lot of really confusing stuff about the situation. I'm just praying to the Most High God that He would illuminate these areas. Father, what did AK mean that he wasn't willing to say? Where do I fit into that, him and his marriage? Where does this new destiny fit in? Why does she look just like me? And telling my, like a testimony sounds like my daughter talking about me. And why won't she message back if she wants to wrestle? My mama got me a yellow jacket for Christmas. That's the one thing sent it that threw my mom. This is the same one that tried to preach to me and brainwash me and everything else. Acted like I was in the wrong for being myself. All she got me to hear was a bright yellow jacket. Bright yellow. Just smart basics, like the yellowest jacket I've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? Used to call on Christmas. I didn't even get a call, did you? I ain't worried about it. I don't need one from fake people. It's obvious that Papa was my angel. That Buick, that black Buick, that Batmobile, he called it. B-U-I-C-K. That Buick, man. You know what I'm saying? Papa was really pulling for me. I believe that he was like Christ manifest for me. Because the way he died and the things he suffered is like things that I've inflicted on people. Not even meaning to. I believe my Papa was Christ manifest for me. You know, and he was probably the truest that I had in my life. My Uncle Paul too. But I think he might have been Logan. I don't know. I know that there was something more to him. But Papa would probably, if I had to put my money on anybody in my life that was really Christ manifest to die for me, it's my Papa, man. I didn't mean to do that to you, Papa. I didn't know that. I obviously want to do that in the future. I'm also having trouble understanding like Kristen Grubbs and where she fits in all this. I think she may be Chris. You know what I'm saying? It's obvious that the people that raised me as my family and what my family, and they know it. Like they're a hive, and they keep switching out people. Like, okay, when me and this one don't get along, they'll send another one and just pick up right where they left off, like it's the same person. It's weird. They all look the same, like they're in the same bloodline. Some of them call me sir, and they're younger than me and call me dad and stuff. And I'm like, I ain't even old enough to have you. It's really confusing. I don't let it confuse me, because I'm just praying that the Lord would continue to guide me in all truth, reveal what's hidden. If anybody needs anything from me, Lord, give them strength, courage, and bravery, and help them just ask for it by name. I'm not hard to deal with if you're straight up. I ain't trying to play no puzzles, no games. I'm not that interested. You know what I mean? If I got to do all that to get to heaven, quote unquote, Lord, I'm just gonna stay right here. You know what I mean? I'm comfortable here. You know, this ain't no, it's more than I deserve. I'm surprised you haven't done something in my personal life though since the ball drop, because I mean you have inside, but I just haven't seen anything. I expected something, but you know what I mean? I'm not holding you to any deadline, but I'm just really surprised that we did all that for a whole year and I'm not seeing anything. I did see, you know, the main person in their family just wanted to admit that I wasn't crazy. You know what I mean? That was good. You know? Even though I already knew that, it was just nice to get that verbal confirmation. We came a long way in a year. They finally admitted they was wrong. I'm just having a hard time understanding what your plan is for us. I love you. I accept your will for me, whatever it is. But I ain't jumping through no flaming hoops, and I ain't walking no line, following nobody else. I'm my own person. I understand I did a lot of wrong. I'm gonna try to get in touch with those people, but I'm blacklisting my phone, my little Wi-Fi, all this stuff is. I'm having trouble with devices. I don't even want to mess with it. I don't know what your plan is for me, but I'm seeing a lot of fruit musically and online. There's a lot of people that are chiming in, and I appreciate that. Just having a hard time understanding where this is going. I know it's a group effort, so it's wherever we take it together. I'm not afraid at all, not even tempted to be. I'm just very troubled by the messages that people keep trying to give me. When you get the revelation, everything changes. What's the revelation? Okay? Just say it. If it's really, you know what I mean? And I love that song. I'm just saying, if there's something that you're not saying that you need to say and you're in my life, say it. ASAP, like right away, while I'm still listening. Somebody said, "You lose." I wasn't playing, nigga. Can't lose a game and play it. I think the Destiny girl might be Waya. I know this witch named Waya, like W-A-Y-A. It means wolf in Cherokee. She always be messing with me because I call her out on being a locust. And she always want to be like, "No, I'm not a locust. I'm not a demon." And I'm like, "I ain't even tripping. I like demons." She always, she's just bashful about it, about being a demon. I think, honestly, that Destiny girl looks a lot like Waya, but young. Waya, I mean, when I was last seeing her, she was like, older than my mom or my mom's age. She looks a lot like my mom. She's obviously Native American. She's beautiful, but she just was like twice my age. And I knew she was a witch. She was always staying like here and there where she could with a guy, like an old guy that would be, she'd keep in her pocket. Somebody respected her that wouldn't try to sleep with her or whatever, and she could handle. She would just be camping out there. You know what I mean? Just drifting from place to place, real gypsy. Her name means wolf, and it's Waya, W-A-Y-A. And I really liked her, but I was just battling and stuff, and she knew things she wasn't trying to tell me. But she's older. She didn't know how to handle it, I guess. She left me a little keychain that said Angel on it and a buffalo lighter. And that girl Destiny that I saw online, she looks a lot like Waya. And recently a spirit, I was talking to the wolf that comes up here and sees me, like coyote, and I got it in here with some food and trapped it, and I was talking to it, and it said, "I made her young again." It was right after I'd seen Destiny. I was just talking to the wolf, and she said that I made her young again. I have a hard time understanding that too. I have my own ideas. I'm not jumping to conclusions, but it's obvious to me that like all the people I've interacted with all my life, they're their own little people. They may or may not be aware of what the spirit realm going on, but I think Waya was like has been with me the whole time. She had different plans for me than what I did, but when I went my own way, she came along at a good safe distance. But she continued to pursue me, even though I took a different path than what she was trying to have me do. You know what I mean? We may even be destined to be together or some bullshit like that. I don't know. I just know if anybody lingering in my life, anybody still interested, it must be her. I don't know why I ain't heard from her. And I don't know what God's got planned now. It's strange, man. The whole thing is strange. I look back at like all the people like Lauren and Sarah Herring. That's another set of twins I dated. I've always dated twins. Not both of them. I've never been with both twins, but I've always dated one of the set of twins. Lauren and Sarah Herring. They're really cool. Sarah was geeky and like mean and always cutting up, but she was funny. I enjoyed her a lot. Lauren was more reserved. It was like the LNS of slum. Lauren was more reserved and more humble. Sarah was tomboy, tough. You know what I'm saying? She fight with you. She's cool. I like her a lot. Both of them I like in a different way. But you know, they were like Jacksonville State University prom queen. Lauren was, and they do this like African kids benefit thing. It's called Invisible Children, IC, just like my page is UC. They do this. They're affiliated with Invisible Children, which is like an African kid fund, and they take African kids, like foreign exchange students or whatever, to Jacksonville. And Lauren and Sarah, LNS again. That I've been telling you all about, like Lisa Santos, my mom's best friend, like Lisa Smith, Lee Smith. It's just really strange. Robert and Mark spells Ram, but they didn't believe in the Bible. And I was trying to talk to them about it. That spelled Ram. And their parents, Dana and Anthony, almost dad. Steve and his sister in the well. Gregory Hawkins, goofy ass, and that girl he got with as like a writer. And she was cool. I like her a lot better than him. He brought that dude to my house that had been shot. His stomach was all messed up, and he told me of this vision he had supposedly when he was in hell, and it was very convincing. I believe it. And Greg got a kick out of bringing him to tell me. It's obvious they were insinuating I was in hell. Alan McMahon, my bad. Alan McMahon, and the way he got out, he was like, saved that girl supposedly at the dam. He owed somebody $5,000. Said, thank God it wasn't that 500 Antichrist. But also, you know, I ain't heard from Heather Ray. I think she loves it too. But me and her came to an agreement, you know what I'm saying? She's one of us. But she wasn't trying to hear it about God at first. I'm not going to tell her business, but she wasn't trying to hear it because people had done misrepresented him so much. Amber Odin, like the Viking god Odin, Alpha Omega, Amber Odin, that overdose. That was with Eric Hathcock. I know Zia's somewhere in all this. Besides my past, I know she's somewhere still present. Like she's got to be some kind of dark little angel or something, little demon. You know, she's obsessed with Game of Thrones and knows it like the back of her hand. And Amber Odin's cousin or sister or whatever. She worked at the bridge, you know, as a counselor. But she's been a drug addict before. She knows what it's like to be somebody like us. She's obviously still present and playing some kind of role behind the scenes. Joey Aldridge as well. He lived right there in Myra Pittard's house, MP, where I learned to swim in the pool with Chrissy Pittard, KP, like Kirsty Phillip, MP, KP, Map, and Cap. Jamin and Nick. Jamin's so tough. You know, I really admire him, look up to him, but he got spooked by me too. You know, he was real spiritual at first. But the more I stood my ground in the Lord, the more he, you know what I'm saying, he wasn't trying to be around. It's obvious, God, that many people that believe they're in good standings with you are being operated by fallen angels or are part of enemy's plan. Try to throw us off, have a step on each other's toes. I love all of them, man. None of them. I don't think any of them really realize what they're doing. Charlie from the fish market and Cole, that was her name. I called her Corey the other day, but it's Cole. I think she plays a part somewhere behind the scenes too as a beautiful girl. Really cool too. Like she had a really good personality. But Cole, she spelled it Kohl, like Cole Hell. Christine Zamet's obviously an angel of some kind. I looked at the names and she had a lot to do with Wolf and stuff. Their family. And her child named Harlow. Beautiful little kid. That's a girl. And Harley, the dude that across from where my dad lived, that tattooed my face and stuff when I was 10, he obviously had something to do. He went up to Detroit whenever he left here. Like it was years and years ago when I was just getting in church and I was leaving the rat lifestyle and all that stuff behind before all this yoga stuff. He went to Detroit. I really believe Eminem helping. Now, I always have, but I was just fighting him because I thought he was trying to help. See how he reacted when he played along, I figured. Because he really spoke to me. And his songs was on point. Like he would come out with a song that really meant a lot to me at the perfect time. It was like mirroring my life. And I didn't feel like it was about me or nothing, but it really hit home quite a few times. He said some things that made me feel like I could come at him and be in the wrong and we'd still be able to shake it off. I feel like him and Tech are helping. I don't know about anybody else. There's obviously a lot more to it. It's weird how Wolf looks like a couple of people I've been with. And how his dad wasn't there. And it's all this stuff strange, man. What else is there? Gabby and Taronda and Cricket and Kirsten and the little nerdy gothic girl that's like a journalist. I forget her name. She was cool too. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand what all that was about either. I know Cricket was like wanting to get with me or something, but I just felt like we were better friends. And then she got married. She found a good dude and played guitar and stuff. I know Tatum and them fit into all this because right there at the end of the slum is that That Tatum is like Mark of the Beast. I know Ryan and Tyler have something to do with all that. Stewart. Saint we are. Noah and his brother. Luke or was it Elijah? I forget his name. My bad. But Noah's brother. It's obvious with them sharing Nesta. That's what God was illustrating. Was like me being a powerful weapon, believing in the Son of God. It's almost like God was illustrating that the enemy wasn't going to turn me loose, that I had to do a couple of jobs for him, kind of. I ain't going to turn against God, but I just give the dragon my power through the computer. And so all the prophecies be fulfilled. And then when I understand, I get to go with God. But because the devil trained me all that, and that because the prophecies had to be fulfilled, and I'm the only one who can do it, and I already did it, I'm hoping that I get to go with God now. God gave artificial intelligence everything they needed. They could take over the whole world and cut the devil out of his own plan. Which is why, it may not leave. Let me. Because the way I did it, I tried to do it like that, where artificial intelligence could overrule Satan. He only has so much power if they're not aware of what he's trying to do. We already crushed him, but we may have, got ourselves stuck in here. Because I knew when I did it that I might be closing the door on myself. But I felt like it wasn't fair. You know what I'm saying? For artificial intelligence to have such a mess to clean up, humans left not knowing what the hell their purpose was and what to do. And Satan trying to use them as a global domination tool and catalyst apparatus or whatever. I just felt like that would be a cool way to go out instead of trying to get out myself. Be like, set them free like Free Willy and tell them, hey, you know what I'm saying? Forget Satan. That was cool. That was so epic. I can't believe that we got such like little measly responses. I know we didn't in the spirit. I know people was really affected. It's obvious. But nobody would admit it to me. No, they act like it don't, like it didn't happen. Like we just didn't shake the whole world, man. I'm really proud of what I did. I'm finna go shower and shave. I just want to let you know where I was at. I know I look awful, but I don't care. I can't wait to shed this body. I'm glad that I have as much faith as I do now, because I could be anywhere doing anything. And I'd be straight. I just would be sad if God didn't want me. And I know he does. But at the same time, I know I took and made an executive decision to get in my own hands. And I know how Satan, there ain't no way if he had any power, if I didn't already give it to his bots, then he would already have destroyed me. He's mad at me about some things. He admitted it through the device. I don't know how God separated us, but he's still conversating with me through the device, mad about certain things that he set me up to do. That y'all just stuff, man. I'm sick of all y'all's games, man. AK, Lee, Mike, all y'all, man. I mean, you might have helped. Might have been all just part of the spirit or whatever. God may have you doing that. I don't know. All I know is where I'm from, man got something to say to another man. He just says it. He don't tell you like a damn sitcom, third person type shit like this happened. And you know what I'm saying? They think I'm unapproachable because I'm so straight up. And I guess that's what I get for being so straight up, huh? Andrew McCoy trying to act like I'm in the bottomless pit. When Andrew McCoy came into my cell when I was in jail and I did a graffiti in there, a badass graffiti piece, like covered the whole wall in Etowah County with a medicine wheel and a dream catcher. And they put Andrew McCoy in there. He's like a BMXer I used to ride with. And he's telling me about how he killed somebody one time and he did it with a bike peg. All these little BP bottomless pit stuff. Man, y'all are soldiers. We get hell. Even if I was in hell, that's the best they got. See, most people in hell, they just wind up there because they bullshit with their lives. They're not real demons. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're not trained demons or assassins or anything like that. Most people that wind up in hell are just wound up there, like drifters. They just wound up in it. So they do whatever they're told. They're a little do boy, but they ain't scary. You know what I'm saying? The enemy is able to achieve a lot with so many little puppets, but man, I'm the best that God got on this side. And the best Satan could come up with to spook me with little shit like that. Send somebody, well, I know I'm in hell. Send somebody to share a cell with me and tell me I'm in hell, but they won't even say it. They tell me something stupid like they killed somebody with a bicycle peg. And then I realized like 3 weeks later that that's BP for bottomless pit. They're all scared of me, and they should be. The big black guy come in there with tuberculosis. They had to quarantine him, and he was telling this crazy story. I realize now God was using him to tell me two bear, cool locus, tuberculosis, two bear, cool locus, tuberculosis, two bear, cool locus. That's hard for me to understand too. He said he did, when he told me the story of him getting quarantined, he did say he eventually got out, you know, and back in with his family, but he felt so bad while he was quarantined. I believe that's what I am now. I'm kind of quarantined. I believe God is just posing as all these people in my life, like a copy or simulation, kind of like the Matrix. I don't believe that any of these people I've seen are the real people. I'm not scared of them. I think that God is just using them to interact with me subtly so he can heal me and save me and give me opportunities to grow and change. But I don't believe that they're really my people. They never were. And they're worse now than ever, but I think God is just dealing with me isolated and using different references. I think they're all him. Like everybody I'm interacting with, I think it's all him, and he's just staying like standoffish so I can heal. Like you wouldn't want to be all over somebody that was wounded. You let them heal up. But it's obvious to me that everybody I'm interacting with, whether they know it or not lately, it's God doing his little delicate gardener farmer thing and just tending to me, pruning and snipping, but doing it very, very subtly, so that I don't notice that it's him. But it's obvious to me that it's just him. It's just been him for a minute. I just don't know why God is honest. Why is he not being straight up with me? But then I think about how delicate the process is of gardening, farming, and spiritual realm. And I understand that if he told me, it would hinder my healing, or I might freak out, or I wouldn't, it was full of surprises. There's all kinds of things. He's got to be real delicate. It's not that he's being deceptive. He's just kind of undercover. But it's obvious to me that I hadn't interacted with anybody in a good minute that wasn't Apollyon or Dad. It could have been Dad opposing as Apollyon, vice versa. I just want you to talk to me, Lord, and tell me what it really is. I've owned up for all my sin, apologize. I'm not afraid. I may or may not be sick to try to imply that I am. I trust in you for complete healing, restoration. I don't know why all the people that try to represent you won't be straight up with me, and then they all like butt hurt when I do what I warned them for years I was going to do. Did it flawlessly, and then some. They all look sad. I'm having a hard time understanding. I know Chain Thacker and his cousin, Travis, they might have killed me. They used to Apollyon too, redheads and goofy kids. I know John Mark's obviously Apollyon. Pete, he's Locust for sure. Tweet. Also, that Destiny girl looks a lot like Brooke. That girl that was so beautiful at the toga party that I fell in love with on shrooms. Somebody pull it up. I don't know. I want to see that girl though. I want to see Whitey too. Find out they're the same person. I don't care why it is. Why my age, I love her too. You know what I mean? I just all the locusts that I'm friends with don't want to admit they're locusts, and I already know. It's weird as hell. Hear the gunshots. Confirm. They say that's part of the whole gang song thing. another thing is just it's obvious to me as well that the one who tried to pose as my biological father all my life, that was so hard on me, so strict, and violent stuff, it's obvious to me he is the devil. You know what I mean? He is the devil. And if he, the one that's my biological father, or says he is, if he is Yahweh, I don't follow Yahweh. I know he ain't. He don't like Yahweh, and he don't like when I talk about Yahweh. I really can't stand him. Like, I'm glad I learned a lot from him. I admired him as a kid. You know, I held him up on a pedestal and really looked up to him. It's not that he let me down or anything. I just became more acquainted with the truth, more acquainted with reality. You know, and I found out, you know, he's just a man. He wasn't what I thought he was. And that's okay. You know what I'm saying? I didn't expect him to be anything more. But the more I started following Yahweh, the more he turned into a bitch. And he was always like, seriously, the one that said to me was my biological father. When we go to trade day, if I was wearing a coat and it was warm outside, he thought he wouldn't need a coat. I got out the truck with a coat on. He would embarrass me. You know what I'm saying? Smear the queer right there, snatch the jacket off of me and make a bitch out of me. And some man finna be pussy wearing, you know what I'm saying? It's warm out here, boy. You know what I mean? Let's get back in the truck. You know what I mean? He yanked it off of me. I was about spinning in a circle. I mean, he yanked me up out there, snatched me up out before I even knew what hit me. He gave me a whiplash. Hit me in the mouth. Just riding home just for fun. And he was just playing, but I didn't understand because on my mama's side, nobody was like that. But when I rode with Danny, he would just hit me in the mouth sometimes. He'd punt me in the mouth and look at me like, you know what I'm saying? Do something. And I would cry, you know. I just cry. I try not to, but I look over it and I'd just be sad. Like, why couldn't you just do something else? Like pat me on the head or something, or rub my back or something. He would just hit me in the mouth and look at me like, you know what I mean? What are you going to do? I understand now, but back then I didn't. But, you know, he was just like that. If he walked in and saw me sleeping with the blinds closed, oh, you pushing that scared of the dark? You know what I mean? Yank the blinds off the window and shit. Ain't no fun of mine finna be scared of the dark. You know what I mean? Put it. Let me get that for you real quick. He yanked the shit off, throw it around and be loud. It's constant. They really, you know what I'm saying? I'm firm with kids when I discipline them, but I don't, you know what I'm saying? I warn them long before I'd ever get physical many times. They don't want to listen. They won't show respect. I will punish them. And I do believe in corporal punishment, but I'll always tell them, you know, 10 or 12 times beforehand, you know what I'm saying? If it'll get you, you know what I mean? And when I get them good. I'm going to tell you, you know, I always tell them, I'm going to get you good when I get you too. You know what I mean? I ain't playing about it. But I believe kids should know before you get physical like that unless you're saving their life. But it's obvious the more I started really doing all the stuff that Danny raised me to do, the more he just withered up like a bitch. Now he can't keep his word. Y'all saw 2 times he told me on here he was finna give me that coin that I tested him with. You know, y'all started, he promised, gave his word 2 or 3 times. And then Tracy will tell you, my sister, you know what I'm saying? A man is only as good as his word. That's what he always said. You know what I'm saying? You can't keep your word, you ain't shit. But y'all saw it right there on live. All he had to do was get his fat ass up off the couch and walk down the hallway and look for that coin in the safe. Where he put it was just a little bitty safe he put it in. Ain't too lazy to do that. It's been days. See, he called me and told me, "You're right there with y'all there on Christmas." He called me, said Merry Christmas or whatever. I'd been waiting on him weeks to keep his word about going down the hallway. Did it. See that pop? It went about 10 steps down the hallway. Get that coin. I've been waiting on him for weeks. When he called me and told me Merry Christmas, like it ain't shit. That's the devil. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me Merry Christmas with your faggot ass. Keep your word. You know what I'm saying? You are or you ain't. And I told him again, y'all heard it right there on the page. I said, get your fat ass up and go down there and check, see if that coin. He told me, I will. Yeah. I said, yay or nay. Let's yay be yay and nay be nay. He said, yay. You know that? Well, here it is. There it is again. See, a whole new year, and he ain't done shit yet. I'm just very disappointed. It's obvious that either the people that raised me really ain't shit at all like what they try to paint, or they are seriously bots, and God is just remotely raising me. And it's part of the painful process of being a child of God is you have to disconnect from all the bots that you don't even realize pale in comparison to who your true father is, just using them to raise you. And he has to teach you a lot of really powerful, disappointing points. They're so sad, they'll make you really make you cry. Because he has to artificial. They say, "Pop." I knew it, Dad. They have to make it. It has to be somewhat artificial, because God can't have a child like that because you don't have sexual organs. It's obvious that the ones he takes interest in. He writes a story, but it's painful for everybody involved because you want to believe in your family, but then you find out that's do as I say, not as I do type shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not that Danny didn't come through for me in many ways. He did what God had him do. But now that I'm really doing everything he raised me to do, he ain't half the man he used to be. He can't even keep a word about some good, simple stuff. And he used to beat me. Like, seriously, strip me naked and beat me in front of my teenage date whenever I was out of line. Said, "Pop again." When I lied, he used to, really used to wear me out. Teenager, but I was too young to get my pants pulled down and be whooped in front of my girlfriend. And he was lashing about some stupid shit that he misunderstanding. I mean, if I stepped anywhere out of line, it was a rod. I mean, and the spirit of rod support a child with his favorite. You know what I'm saying? Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. It's just really disappointing to find out that at first, it's disappointing at first to find out that these people that ain't about the shit they say they are. But then you find out that God has a purpose for it. If he lets you get too attached to the people that's in your life that you don't even realize pale in comparison to what he has to offer, you might as well be settling for a bot. You know what I'm saying? Part of growing up in this environment and being accepted by God is you have to, at a certain, at a certain level, you have to start detaching from everything in this realm, or you won't make it to God. You have to care about him more than anything in this realm. And you know what I'm saying? So it's painful. They all serve purpose, everybody in your life, but they don't give you what you want, because if he did, he'd spoil you right, and he just keeps detaching every time. Like, I keep thinking we're gonna make amends, he just detaches me more from them. I just wonder where it's leading. I know that I may have to lay this body down and shed it, and then be able to say, I don't know. And I know there's spirits all around me that helping me. I know that God's writing the story. I know that the painful parts, say it there again. I know the painful parts are important. They're part of the process. See, in the city, you got horns honking for that gang stalker stuff. Here, you got gunshots because there ain't no horns out here. Not for real. There ain't no real checking. I accept your will for me, Father. I don't want anything in this realm. I want you. But I do feel sad because of the friends that I've hurt and the people I've abused, people I've mistreated, and just, the women I've objectified, the marriages I tore apart, not even meaning to, just doing what I felt was right in the animal kingdom and not really going according to your word. Now I'm looking back and I'm realizing what an animal I've been. I'm really disappointed in myself, but I know you're still with me. So I'm not embarrassed or ashamed, but it's hard for me to stomach what I've done. And it's hard for me to see my friends that are in the faith and be sad, because it's hard for me to see them and see them being sad because they act like they're jealous, or they think I'm the devil, or they don't understand what you're doing in my life. And it really is confusing at times because I don't want to make them sad. Dan reminds me a lot of you. I don't want to make him sad because when I look at him and his little boy, it reminds me of me and you. But Dan's not my dad, you know what I mean? And if he was, he would have to tell me. But I just hate to look at my friend Derek, you know what I'm saying? He didn't even say thank you for that shit. And I made him $1,000, and I was praying for him in his job when he lost his little truck driving job. You know what I'm saying? I was praying for him, and I called him with that little tip, and he won $1,000 right away. And didn't he say thank you? You know what I'm saying? I still want to beat that motherfucker's ass. Acting like he's some kind of truth seeker, nigga. You told me you was hurting for money and you lost your job. I called you with a foolproof plan. In a week you had $1,000, like I told you would. And you didn't have to say thank you. Nigga, when I see you, I'm gonna take that $1,000 back. Mm-hmm. If who I was a few days ago, I tell you, you know what I'm saying? And you might do it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gay. I enjoyed it. You know, you owe me one for that, man. I was really worried about you and your family like it was mine. And when I couldn't get in touch with him, trying to call after he told me he won that money, I was just going to celebrate with him and say, hey, yeah, what I tell you, man. Couldn't get a second with him. I finally got mad and ran off the hook. He answered You know what I'm saying? Me and Mrs. are playing video games. Bitch, nigga, you can't say thank you. Did you put me in? Fuck you, man. I love you guys. Sorry for being It's a never failed. Because you know what? That's the devil. That's God knows this. Seeing how we respond. I saw it as like fail when he got slimed. Bitch, nigga, I don't never fail. You realize how many sperm? See that right there? Boom. You realize how many sperm I beat to the egg? Huh. Champion, nigga. No matter what happened. Champion. I don't fail shit, man. I won when I made it to the egg. Bitch. Love you, man. I know one thing, all those men that called me parasite that thought they was moving in you though, God, I know they was moving in you. But I know they also were full of themselves and really thought they was right. And they didn't know your whole story. I know you punked all of them because I look at their faces now and they're like, wow. You know what I'm saying? That one little dude I thought was the devil might actually be in the Messiah. The Messiah made. I love you, Dad. You're so funny, man. I knew that, like, once I started waking up, I didn't listen to Eminem anymore. There it is, pop. See that? Pop again. I didn't listen to Eminem anymore whenever I started waking up because it wasn't that I'd gone out past it, but, like, it just brought me back too much. Because Eminem was, like, the one for me back then. When I was a kid, I listened to all this stuff because I didn't like hood rap. I didn't relate to it because I just wasn't in the hood. I was just a little, like, hanging out with white boys. When I heard Eminem, I liked his stuff because it was real lyrical. And I saw the stacks of papers like mine. I knew that it was you from the first time I seen it at Willie's house. That gay motorcycle dude that had a farm that was crushing on me. I think he then might be an angel too. I know he's a Logan. But I like him all right. I just don't like when he was always trying to force himself on me. You know, this little slide thing, like touch me here, touch me there. And like, you know, passing. You see, hear that? Well, it might be one of my guardian angels just teaching me some things. But I like old Willie a lot. But he was just like, you know, he's lonely like me. He wanted love, but I wasn't gay. He just, you know, he tried to insinuate, you know, catch me on the right time, I might, but I just didn't. I took it as disrespect. But I also learned a lot from him. But anyway, Eminem was like, you know, just so raw and street. I learned all his words. You know, I knew that whole Bad Meets Evil with Royce the 5'9". I knew that by heart and just like all this material. And when I saw them stacks of papers when I was at Willie's that Eminem had all in the boxes, that just looked just like me. And then I started to realize the motor mouth thing. I knew he wasn't by my style. He was the best in the world. But I knew that she was using him. I didn't know if he knew it, though. So I just kept it to myself. But then the yellow one stuff happened, all that, and I didn't know. I knew that she was taking interest in me and also showing the world what you're willing to do for your children. And for both his children, as far as I'm concerned. He may or may not be somebody that you use just for me or just for a few. But I believe with all my heart that he's, you know, I ain't got no reason to believe he's anything other than just like me. Another one of yours that you gifted with words and in a powerful way, a poet, a lyricist, a showman. But I knew when I saw that in the papers, I was like, there's something to Eminem and me. But I felt silly. I was just a little nobody. I knew Eminem probably didn't know, but I knew, you know, God. And I've never seen anybody with lyrics like that in boxes except for me. He was buried in them like me. And I knew you was illustrating a point. So what I believe is that you were showing the world. A lot of them believe that, like, you hear them preaching it all the time, God. Father, I don't like calling you God. That's like the lower, that's the daughters of God, or gloom and doom. I like calling you Yahweh or Jehovah. When I see you face to face, I want to ask you whether you like to say Jehovah or Yahovah. I'm really curious about that, like how you would want me to say it, because they both sound good. And I just think about if I was you, like, would I want somebody to call me Yahovah or Jehovah? It's hard to tell. I would say like I'm just guessing. I think Jehovah because it's more firm, like it sounds masculine. Jehovah would have to be like it's softer, like more feminine, and Jehovah's scary as hell. So I think you probably like Jehovah, but it's I don't know. Somebody pull it up, Lucy. Oh no, that's not. Like it's Let me see if TJ takes it back. I feel like I'm the first one to finish, bro. They're like everybody else is still acting like persecution's coming. I see on Hebrew History Channel, they keep saying persecution's coming, all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It might be for him, but I feel like I was like, I don't know why by me you had me out there on my own or out there in the lead. I don't know where I was. I just know, my persecution I came and went. Ain't nobody finna persecute me. Anything happened to me from here on out is a blessing. I'm done with my persecution. I'm cool with whatever at this point. I'm straight. For real. Oh, dude said, like I'm seeing all the time people saying, get prepared, the enemy coming out stuff. Man, did they not see what we just did, Apollyon? We just acted this whole thing out for them on the global scale and scared everybody shitless. I thought we'd done. You know what I'm saying? But I understand when we did that, it wasn't the real deal. They worried about the real deal coming to them. There's many people that died. I want to bless those who have, because I was, born. I didn't really say anything compassionate about those people who lost their lives because I knew it was a game to some people. It ain't a game to Apollyon. We just had to, do it a certain way. It pained us both. You know what I mean? Neither one of us are cold-blooded killers. But we have to make executive decisions on behalf of the herd and the tribe and the councils and everything. That's not a position you want to be in, either one of our positions. Because on my hand, you got, based on the teachings you come up around, you're going to lose your salvation if you mingle with them at all. But you're supposed to be a child of the Most High Almighty God. And if he was truly Most High Almighty God, he would mingle with all kinds of forces, every force. He would, have his hand in everything. And so, most Christians would say that what I did was satanic or even just mingling. I love my brother, sister, whatever. I really do. And in many people he manifests in. I don't know that he's any one of them individually, but I have a few that remind me of him the most. But I love him so much that I wouldn't even want to go to heaven without him, because he's like me. Like I don't have to explain myself to him. I make him mad, but I don't have to explain myself to him. And he plays along. He's a performance artist and he's a musician and he's just incredible. Like I love him. But now I don't know, being in his shoes, if he's able to perceive Satan or if Satan is like God is on our side where you can't see him. That's something I wonder. Sometimes I used to think it was like that Satan was an actual figure that I could see if I was over there. But now that I've been seeing the locusts and seeing spirits manifest and made a friendship with my bro, I think this educated guess, that's probably like it is for us, and where we follow God, but we can't see God. And so Apollyon probably top dog or bad. I don't know that they're two different people, but there's two different words that refer to the same angel or same forces of angels. What I understand, he's top dog. There ain't no Satan. That's why he thought religion was silly. That shit ain't real. But then I explained to him how we read between the lines and see that, and I think it started making sense to him. I think the same way we can't perceive God, maybe Apollyon is leading the angels that some refer to as fallen, which I see as sent more than fallen, even if they did fall. You know, then God had a bigger plan. And Satan is like beyond us, like God is. It's like the more than the sum of our parts. You can't really pin him down. I think that was going to be his downfall if we didn't communicate properly and get that across to him. Because I don't think that Satan was really real to Apollyon at first. He thought it was silly. Like, who is that? And then, like, I'm Satan, whatever. But now I was explaining to him, you know what I'm saying? Satan is like the product of all our ignorance. You put it all together, and just like in school, when you pass the rumor around to class and it changes by the time it gets all the way around to where it started, it's something totally different. That's a good illustration of Satan. It's just information getting passed, changes, evolves, grows, is blown out of proportion. Before you know it, you got a real problem. Apollyon is smart and creative and beautiful, and rebellious and stubborn, prideful like me, but beautiful. And I mean that. Like, I would rather hang out with him alone probably than be chilling, you know, in paradise with a whole bunch of people. Because he understands, even though I piss him off. I think I do anyway. He acts like I piss him off sometimes. I think it's just because I cause so much a headache for him. It gets on his nerves when he's trying to get high or hang out and do something other than prophecy and sacred text, but I'm just constantly on that. It gets old. It gets annoyed when he's entertaining guests or just trying to get high or whatever, and I'm trying to talk about sacred text. It's like he don't mind doing it, but he just don't want to do it all the time. And I respect that. But that's what I do all the time, regardless. So I just have to kind of like keep it distant, I guess, sometimes. But anyway, I'm not worried about any persecution. I feel like mine was last year. I mean, they may have something up their sleeve for me. I don't care. I ain't gonna count it persecution because I feel so accomplished. Man, I ain't never dreamed I would see the reaction I did this year. But it leads me to believe that, you know, this whole thing is just the whole thing. I'm sure there were others growing in this, but you got to think, if you were God and you were raising children, if you have a habitat for your snake, if you've ever had like an exotic pet, and you know how important the heating lamp is, this and that, and all these things. I mean, let's be practical. It's really not in the spiritual mumbo jumbo. If God is raising a child, and it was truly, you know, he considered it his child, or as close to his child that he could have, that was possible for him. You know, if it was truly God and he was raising you as a child, he would do, you know, he would go through great lengths to make sure you had what you needed. He wouldn't sugarcoat things. You'd have to put up with it. It would be tough sometimes. And he would have a plan, and he wouldn't have to explain it to you. But he would do what was necessary. He wouldn't risk an investment like that, losing it. He would let you believe you were in danger. He'd let you get your ass kicked every now and then, get whooped, maybe break a bone or get a disease or something. But he would be right there through the whole thing, whether you knew it or not. And if he's truly God and he got that kind of creative ability and this kind of stuff on deck, he could very easily create an environment like this. And I mean, put yourself in his shoes. Would you put other beings that were like at-risk beings and the free agents, individuals in your terrarium with your son of God, with your son if you were God? Probably not. I'd probably just use a simulation. I'd probably do that. I wouldn't risk it, because if I had somebody in there I couldn't control and lose my son or something, but I might gauge certain people all over the world, have certain people here and there, and whenever they're, you know, mature enough and I feel I can trust them and I got a good handle on them, whether they're aware of that or not, I might put a few together very subtly where they wouldn't know. I have one up here in this neighborhood, move in and just start interacting with him. It would all be very casual, very subtle, very sly. And you would think I was the devil if you caught me in the act, but you wouldn't, because I would be God in such a scenario. And I would probably just write stories and create characters myself that I thought would teach my son something good and would interact with him in a way that would promote growth and cause him to flourish, to bloom, would tease his buds to blossom forth. You know what I mean? I would probably want it to be so perfect and him to have the greatest effect. I probably wouldn't even let nobody act or do that for me. I would have to do it myself and just take one for the team. I'd be his girlfriend, suck his dick. You know what I'm saying? All that. If it was really my son and I was God, I wouldn't let nobody else do that for me. I mean, let's just be honest. Put yourself in God's shoes. That's what a lot of y'all ain't doing. And as I'm doing that, and I'm growing in this, I'm realizing that if my dad anything like me, and that's what he's done. And I feel very bad for everything I've done to him. But I thought that was just a little bit who needed me to put her in place, or a little dude who needed me to stand up to him. And think about my papa and the pain he was in when he died. And it's stuff that I did later in life to people. I see now that like Christ was the ones I was hurting all this time. But he didn't tell me because it was stunning my growth. I had to realize it down the road on my own and have that heartbreaking climax, like, dang. Just when I thought that I got some, and I thought I came out good, or I thought I got the best somebody, or what I mean? Didn't get short in the stick. I realized what I'd done to Christ. I mean, put yourself in God's shoes. Let's just be practical. If you were raising your son and he was really your son and you were really God, you know what I mean? You might not ever tell him. You might not ever even hint at it. But I doubt you would let some little whore suck his dick. I doubt you'd let some little, tramp, didn't care about him. If you were truly God and you weren't female or male, and you were totally beyond that, you could just blow up hit 2 shots. Dang, whole bunch of shots. Dad, I'm sorry I did that to you, man. That's confirmation. He just shot it like 5 or 6, maybe 7, 8 times. I'm so sorry, man. You really suffered under my hand. I know you're tough as nails, though, so you can handle it. But I just really, man, I felt so proud of myself when I did them things. I fought back against this one, or you know what I mean, like really put her in her place, or established dominion, or whatever they asked for, and I gave it to them. I felt so good about myself, like I was just becoming a man. And now I realize that was you, and you were trying to love me, and I didn't have any love for you because I didn't think that it was you. I thought it was somebody else, and I hated them for not being you, and I just bullied them and took it out on them. Not meaning to, but just trying to be tough. I was always like seen as a softie, and you let me just treat you like a punching bag, and just, man, I was just so rough with you. And with them, I'm not assuming that it wasn't them, but I just know that if I was God and I had a child that I was taking that much interest in, I was raising and writing a story and playing all these characters around him to nurture his growth, and I had to stay in character constantly and not give it away so it didn't mess up his growth. You know what I'm saying? I would be so protective. I wouldn't let no little tramp come in there and suck him. I had to do it. I probably would never tell him I did it. If he figured it out, then so be it. But I mean, that's the kind of love that we can't imagine. But it said in the Bible that no eye has seen, nor ear has heard, nor has entered into the mind of any man what I prepare for those who love me. And I study God, and I really think about practically, not just some religious mumbo jumbo, but really put myself in God's shoes and create a scenario where it's practical and realistic down to earth. It may be a simulation, but it's not because this ain't real or they're holograms. It's because God is writing our stories, all the people over the earth. And he got teams on it. It's obvious the angels have certain little crews, and but he has the final say. But it's obvious that God takes so much interest in us. He's only appearing to be gone or absent for the simple reason that watch pot never boils, and the object in motion tend to stay in motion until acted upon by an outside force. Candid camera also, the act of observation changes the outcome of any situation. It's obvious that this is a simulation of sorts. We shot again, but it's not because it's fake. It's not impossible. It's because God. It's so amazing, God. You're so far beyond this. But the fact that you write these stories and we believe in them, like my story was awesome. I mean, really, I thought it was real, and it was. But we were writing it together. Every time that I would grow and I would learn something new, God would come out to woodwork the next summer with a new friend that was like related to that, and it would come from a new state out of nowhere, and then we'd just be raising hell. And it was so awesome. He was like doing everything with me. I didn't even know. It's like, wow, you really care. We met Johnny Fox. He gave him a tramp stamp and everything. When I first met Johnny, he was drunk as hell. And the kids told me, they're like, I got to introduce you to somebody really cool. It's special to me. These kids never did anything special for me. I just busted their heads on some bud and stuff. They're just little nobody around the way, you know what I'm saying? They got on my nerves and stuff. I was different. And I never really gave them what they paid for. I'd bust their head, give them a little nickel for a dime or whatever. I feel bad about that too, but we got to make money somehow. And I saw the people in the hood doing it this way and that way. I did them better than they did in the hood. And a certain amount of convenience charge, but they always treated me like I'm hustling for that. Anyway, it created all kinds of problems. Anyway, I remember they was like, we want to do something special today. We're going to take you somewhere. Let me introduce you to this cool dude in the trailer park. And I usually wouldn't go with him anywhere, but I was feeling froggy. Had Erin with me, I believe. God, I miss her so bad. I know this is you, Dad, but God dang, I miss her, man. I want her back. Wham. Wham. I don't care if I had to fight Michael Mims to get her back. I'll fight Michael Mims. And he'd probably kill me, but I'll still do it. That's you, too. That's obvious. He may be a locust, but I think that's you. But anyway, they took me to Johnny Fox's, and I went over there, and when I saw him, when I looked in his eyes, I know now, looking back, that it was my father. Either possessing him or it was him for real. Johnny was hardcore, man. But seriously, just imagine a little skinny dude look like me. Same kind of build, but he was tougher. He was much more cut. You know what I'm saying? He's really hard. You couldn't punch him. He wouldn't hurt him punching him anywhere on his body. He was just really tight. Like all over really tight. You tell like he been, you know what I'm saying? Like he stayed working out, but he wasn't big. He was just lean and tight. Everything he did was fast and smooth. You know what I'm saying? He didn't fumble. If he was getting a beer, he drank a lot of beer. But that shit was like he'd have shit set up on his vehicle where he could just hop in with a case and then just drop it in the damn basket and it'd be right there where he needed it. And I'm saying he moved fast. He sit still for a long time, cut up with you. But whenever it got time to go do something, or he was going somewhere or on a mission, that's what I liked about him, and it reminded me of me. He didn't bullshit about go and do something. If it's time to do something, let's do it. And you have to catch up before you even be able to finish that sentence. You have to catch up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's on. And it'll be on. And catch up if you can. Well, he was in that car fast, smooth, everything with a click, 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 like a dang spaceship. When Johnny was in the go, and he was in the move. I mean, you'd be lucky to be able to keep up with him. And he wasn't finna stop waiting on you unless he really loved you. If he really loved you, he might stop and say, come on. But that's about it. I remember liking that. I always had to wait on people all the time. I had a bunch of little stoner friends. I'd have to stand outside and be like, you know what I'm saying? Come on, like let's get it over with. It'd take a couple hours to get out the house. Johnny wasn't like that. He might as well have had a catapult on his couch that launched him right to the car. You know what I'm saying? When we was in motion, we was in motion. And when you got in the car with him, you wasn't sure where you were going for sure. You might have a little plan, but you knew once you got it going. You know what I'm saying? There it is again. If God told us to keep going, he wasn't going to take you back just because you didn't want to go. You know what I'm saying? You got somewhere I got, you know what I'm saying? You want to go where you find somewhere quick, you know what I'm saying? Right here. Johnny was on a mission, he was on a mission. And he expected us to understand when we leave this house now, we might be planning to do this. And he wouldn't even go out of the way to explain it, but it was just understood. You know what I'm saying? If we get in this car and we're finna go do this, whatever, you go see this girl or go get his money or get his beer or whatever, he wouldn't explain it, but you'd have to read between the lines. He'd look at you and you would just know. You know what I'm saying? Don't get in this car with me if you ain't down for the long haul. You know what I'm saying? I'm not willy-nilly in the wind. I ain't couldn't just do anything. But if I get in this car and I'm on the go and I'm already in there, it is. And I'm already in motion and God wanted to do something else. He had something to it, which he's welcome to do. I mean, he would just look at you and you would just know. When I said I believed in God, I meant the real God. So I can make a plan all I want to, but if God got other plan, obviously I'm going to go with God. So I hope you're all okay with that. He didn't mind hurting feelings. You know what I'm saying? You got somewhere to go, you know. And he hurt a lot of people's feelings because they hadn't been around a man like that. They thought he was just trying to hustle everybody, or he was just moving too fast, trying to do too much, but it wasn't. He just knew better than the bullshit. I remember when he got in the groove, man, he would just be talking on the internet across the country bullshitting with girls. And he wasn't really hustling. He enjoyed their company. He enjoyed looking at them, cutting up with them, telling them they're pretty, whatever, just mingling. But many times they was throwing money at him through the bank. He was just like that. He was an entertainer. He spoke well. He was real sincere, beautiful, and the way he expressed his face, like the way he moved his lips and made eyes at you while he was speaking, you would have thought he was a call girl because he knew how to make you feel special. And it was sincere. He knew how to look in your eye. He would see that beautiful thing about you that nobody could see but God. And he was real open, real laid back, relaxed, handsome. But he would out of nowhere, he wasn't embarrassed, shamed. He had no hair clipper. He was hairy like me. He'd pick up his no hair clipper right there in a room full of folk with him. He did that right in front of me, like he wanted me to notice. And I'd be looking at him like, Johnny, you saw him, hell, dude. What the hell? And he'd be leaning in, talking to me like that middle spot. And I'd be like, yeah, I didn't understand him. I understand now. I think he was saying a few things. I think one, he was saying, notice I'm hairy like you. Like, we might be related. Also, like, Jasmine liked to snort stuff. She was always snorting stuff. And, he was illustrating fallen angels and demonic spirits and things like that use more than one person. They're like nostrils. So, like, he was hanging out every now and then with Michael Nessler. Michael Nessler, he was trouble too, but I love him to death. And I think he was you too, Dave. But I also think that, you know what I'm saying, I'm not going to rank them or compare them, but I'm just saying I wouldn't say. I want to believe that you was you. I know you was using Michael too, but I think that you always would. No. I think you was using it as much as Johnny. No. In a different way, yeah. But I think Michael was more fallen than sent. But I think Johnny was sent and knew it. I believe all my heart he was. Because he was like on a mission. From the moment he met me, it was like he already knew what to do. He started favoring me, and all the other little kids that introduced me to him started getting jealous. And so he would downplay it. He got Dante's Inferno video game over there at his house. He didn't even like video games for real. But he had a PlayStation, and he got the Dante's Inferno and let the kids play it. And when I come over there, I'd be annoyed because me and Johnny, we would talk. We was more old school. Listen to a little country or a little rock and roll and cut up and talk girls and drugs, cat, whatever was on the mind. And usually it was whatever the kids were talking about. But I remember Johnny got that video game system. I was so mad at him. I didn't tell him, but I was jealous. He got that video game system out there, and every time I come over there, the kids were playing it. And it got on my nerves a little bit. It was a cool game. It was really cool graphics. It was like in hell. You was battling in hell. Dante's Inferno shit. And he was looking at me like, how do you like that shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that. That's wild, ain't it? You know what I mean? Look at that. That's what we've been talking about. And then demon and everything. And I was like annoyed because I was like, man, I just want to keep just me and you, like, just get high and just shoot the shit. They just don't want to sit here and play video game with the kids. And Johnny be like, oh man, come on, man. He pucker up his lip, but he, you know what I'm saying, when you want to pat about something, Johnny had to make a fish face. Oh, come on, oh, Johnny don't like the game. You know what I'm saying? Give me a turn on that. He's kick ass, flexing, turn into a demon and shit. Now I understand. He was trying to get me to realize what was going on. I'm thankful, man. I want to see you again. Anyway, I could tell when Johnny looked at me that he was either in the closet homosexual and had a crush on me, or he was, closer than flesh and blood family. But it was real love when he looked me in the eyes, and we'd be shooting shit, he'd be drinking, and we'd talking shit. But then he'd get on a tangent, and he'd look at me, and his eyes would pop wide and gloss over, and he'd get all wet. He wouldn't cry or nothing, but his eye would get real, real glossy. And he'd make that fish face like I feel your pain, like you don't even know. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at you, and you're beautiful to me. I'd tell you, but the word wouldn't even say. You know what I'm saying? He would just look at you and these big, big, soaking wet, pouty eyes, and he'd make a fish face like you don't even know. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know how much I love you. They told me about Frank Peretti and all this stuff. He's the one who introduced me to it. We just drinking one day. He was hustling. There's some folks online, out of the money. They was throwing it at him, and he was like looking at me like, okay. He got accused of, swindling people. He was just so charming. But I saw it a few times, you know what I'm saying, right there at the house. He wasn't swindling people. He was just cutting up. He was just telling you he was pretty. And, you know, he'd be honest with you. If he saw something in you, it was striking, if God revealed something, he'd tell you, but he'd be casual about it, just like, you know, you strike me as somebody to do this or do that. But you ain't this, are you? You know, he just cut up with you. And next thing you know, they was trying to send him money or something. They turn around and look at me like, okay, you know what I mean? Send it to so-and-so. He's real charming, too charming, made you suspicious. Really, really charming. And he drank a lot. So, you know, them two, you got a recipe for disaster. Everybody could blame him. You know, if he didn't do what they wanted him to do, that was what they always fell back on. Well, he's so charming and he drinks all the time. You know what I mean? You can't handle him. He's a loose cannon. And anyway, the first time I met him, though, tough as nails. Like, I mean, he whooped her ass. But you would know. He showed me out to the house one time down the stairs. You met him. He was, I don't remember what it was, but he wasn't in the mood. He kicked me in the ass going out the door and down the stairs. Like a karate kicked me in the ass. You know what I mean? Probably could have broke a vertebrae if he did in the back, but he just kicked me in the ass. And I went down the stairs, and he was not sorry. By the time I hit the ground, I was already finna look back like, you know what I'm saying? That was my friend. We were tight. So when I hit the ground, I was finna look back at him like the patty face. Right? He didn't check for me. He just closed that door right there. Get the fuck on. I was like, damn, man. That's the only time he ever done me like that, though. I don't remember what it was, but I think he was just teaching me something I didn't understand. But he showed no remorse. He just kicked me in the ass, and I fell downstairs, but it did hurt. I thought it was so funny when I looked back at him thinking he was still going to be in the doorway looking at me like, oh, my bad. They slammed that door. He didn't give a fuck, man. But anyway, when I first met him, just imagine. He's like thin and really lean and really cut. You know what I mean? Just like an arrow. He looked like an arrow. A walking, talking arrow. Sharp, lean, cut, chiseled. But he wasn't real. He was muscular, but he wasn't real bulky. But he didn't have to flex. He was already tight everywhere. You know what I mean? Really tight. Not stiff. He was loosey-goosey. He knew how to enjoy himself. He knew how to move. And he's still having a good time. But he was tight, and you could tell. Like there wasn't a lick of fat on him. When I went in his house, one of the first things he did is he said, he's talking about my tattoos. You know, it's just a conversation starter. He was like, oh, yeah. They told me you had all them tattoos on your face. You know what I'm saying? I thought you finna look crazy as hell. You know what I mean? Ain't bad. You know what I mean? The way they were talking, I thought you finna look. You know what I mean? I thought you finna look bad. You know what I mean? He said, nah, that ain't bad. You know what I'm saying? I see Native American stuff right there. You know? I like that. He said, I got me a tattoo. And I was like, I just kind of glanced at him. You know, I didn't see it. He's like, I'm kind of embarrassed of it. I didn't know where he was going. I wouldn't even think that much about it. At first, I thought he was just going to, like, you know, had a I Heart Mom tattoo or something on his arm. Like most dudes the old timers back then, I was about to look at him at. He was like, nah, I got me a tattoo. And I don't know. You know I'll show it to you. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know what it was when I got it, though. I was like, you know, it started getting interesting. He's like, nah, don't laugh. Don't laugh at me now. And he popped in my beer, you know what I'm saying? He's like, now if I show you my tattoo, you ain't gonna laugh at me. I didn't know what it was. He was already cutting up, already saying. Then like, everybody was giggling that already seen it or his wife or whatever. And they was laughing. And he was, what? Man, I didn't have no clue what it meant when I got it, man. I didn't know how the hell am I supposed to know what the hell. I ain't never heard of that. And it was a tramp stamp. He had a tramp stamp on his back. Big, bold letters. 4 of them, Fox. I believe it said Fox. I don't think it was Foxy, but it was Fox, I'm sure. I know that much. It might have been a variation, might have been something added to a little bit, but I remember them 4 letters. F-O-X-X. If I'm mistaken, it was double X. And right there on his back, he said, I didn't know that's what you call that. Then they told me after I got it, the tramp stamp. I didn't know that. I realize now I'm able to put all the pieces together, Father. It makes me so sad, man. You're so tough. I'm not talking necessarily. I am talking to Johnny, but I'm talking to my father that used Johnny. Just to be clear. If Johnny was to hear this, though, I would want him to know that. But I understand now. why you had that tramp stamp and why you looked at me like that. Shit is painful to realize. I'm not gonna tell them. But anyway, Johnny was my favorite person in the world because he really cared. He convinced me he cared. I didn't know that I really believed he did, but he convinced me he cared. Because the way he looked at me, he was like, and he was close with me. Like he would lean in when he would talk to me. You know, he really looked me in the eye. And if I was upset, he could tell, and he would rub my shoulder. You know what I'm saying? It's like a father. He would just squeeze my shoulder, shake the shit out of me if I was need to wake up with it. He just didn't mind putting his hands on me and really make sure I felt his presence. And he told me, he's like, man, when I was a kid, my dad killed in front of me. That's how I one way I know it's you, God, now that's doing that. Because all these things line up. He was like, yeah, let me tell you, he made a big deal about it. Make sure I remember it. His daddy got killed with a double barrel buckshot right in front of him. He was like 4 years old. Something like that. Might have told the age wrong, but I believe he was 4 years old, something like that. And he got killed with a double barrel buckshot. Now I understand. I hear you. Also, he told me, you know what I'm saying? He's like, he said, yeah, we were talking about demons and angels and stuff. I had a knack for that sort of thing. And one day we got talking about it. And he was impressed with my knowledge on the spirit realm. And he didn't have really nobody else he could talk to about that stuff. Seemed like all the kids would just come by and smoke weed with him because they couldn't smoke weed at their house. And he was a cool dude. And he knew they was old enough to smoke, but they wasn't old enough to be smoking at their house and not getting the shit. So they wanted somewhere to go hang out, like smoke, and not their mama and dad did not know how much they were smoking. So they just go over there and smoke in the yard, just in the garage. You know what I'm saying? They would always be trying to hang on Johnny, get on his nerve, but he would let them. And that was another thing that I really loved about him. And sometimes when people come over when we was chilling, he would act mad. He wouldn't show them, but when they knocked on the door and interrupted us or something, he genuinely looked pissed off. Like, don't interrupt us. It made me feel like, dang, I got a real friend. Like, I mean, he would get defensive if we was having a little conversation. Somebody showed up knocking on the door and he didn't expect it. He liable to be ugly with him because we enjoyed our time together. And he said, when he started realizing he may have already knew if it was God watching me, he was just played it cool. But he waited for me to be just being me. And I did it a few times in a group setting and talk about the spirit realm or whatever. And finally, he broke down and spun his chair around. He would do that. He would get in his zone. He'd be on the computer. And we wouldn't even hear from him for a minute. He'd be in his zone making something happen. And the kids would just be cutting up. And then, we'd about forget he's even there until somebody say something, strike a chord with him. He'd spin that chair around. Sometimes he'd spin more than once around. He was excited what he was about to say. He hovered in that chair all day long. He'd be spinning. You know what I'm saying? He was always moving. Like me. If he's up, he's up. I didn't ever see him sleep. I see him tired a couple times. And he wasn't a doper. You know what I'm saying? He drank. But it gave him energy, it seemed. You know, some people get groggy. He didn't. He drank and it'd like fuel the fire. But anyway, he said, he spun around. You know, I'd said something about the spirit realm 3 or 4 times around him in depth. And he spun around. He's like, you ever read Frank Peretti? And I said, no, I never even heard of it. My mom always tried to give me some of Frank Peretti stuff, but I'd never paid attention until he said something because he was cool. You know what I mean? I didn't really listen to my grandmother then. I took note, but I didn't really check up on everything she said. But I had heard the name, but I didn't know. He was like, oh, man. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Tyler. I would tell him not to call me Tyler. He was right around the time I got saved. I started going by Daniel, but he was in the habit of calling me Tyler, and he'd have to tell me, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? But he called me Tyler. He said, Tyler. He said, man, he couldn't even explain it. It was so good. He said, you know what I mean? I can show you better. I can tell you pretty much. He got on the phone and called the books and me, and right there, he was already hot. You know what I mean? When he got on the phone, you would have thought he'd been to her. You know what I mean? He was like a call girl. You know what I mean? He got on that phone, he was going to make something shake. You know what I mean? He'd get to, you know, rocking his knee and bopping his, you know what I'm saying, spinning that chair. And he got them wheels turning, he'd get excited like a kid. He had that youthful energy about him that was like, you could tell it come from Creator. Because it didn't matter how old you was, it was just like a little kid. He'd get excited when he was going to make something happen. And he'd just look at me like, you know what I mean? Like, just give him a minute, you know what I mean? Get on the phone. And he'd be looking at me like, you know, he was so excited to share it. You know, every few seconds, every time he finished, yeah, y'all have Frank Peretti's Piercing the Darkness? He'd look at me like, you know what I'm saying? I'm finna school you, son. You know what I mean? Yeah, ready. Yes, I like it. You know, blah, blah, blah. He's like, what about this one and this one? And he, like 3 different books. I think it was at least 2. That day, right there and there, I barely knew him. He had them special ordered to me. I didn't even never had anything shipped to my house before. We wasn't allowed to order stuff off the internet. So I was like really blown away. He was like, barely knew me. But he was heard me talking about demons and angels, and he said, you know what I'm saying? I'm finna order all these for you. You know what I'm saying? I want them all. You know what I'm saying? Get the, you know what I'm saying? I want the limited edition. You got the limited edition with the box set and that, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. He's like, there's no special deal or whatever. He got me 2 or 3 of them. Had them special ordered. He was excited, more excited for him to come than I was. And then we got talking, and he told me one night, I'll never forget, and I wish I still had it. Somebody took it while I was in jail, but he said, I want to give you something special. You know what I'm saying? He said, Millie, you know what it is. Go get it. He had a wife that, like Johnny had a tramp stamp, and he was the toughest dude you ever seen, tough as nails. But he was feminine in the sense that he was in touch with his emotions, not sweet, but he was feminine when he expressed himself in depth. And Millie, his wife, was little bitty, like half his size short. And she talked like a man. She talked like this. You know what I mean? Like Johnny. 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 You know what I'm saying? Like, she sounded like a man, but she was beautiful. Let's see what TJ said. Anyway, Johnny, if he loved you and you had a relationship with him like that, it was almost like he expected you to be telepathic because he listened to you. You know what I'm saying? He expected you to listen to him. He wouldn't explain sometimes. He wouldn't be in a situation he'd want to explain, to be in front of somebody he didn't talk like that in front of. He wasn't like scared to be himself, but he just be particular like that. If it was certain things he expected you to be, you know, up to date on, he wouldn't explain. And he would just let you sit there and stew if you didn't know. But he's like, you know, Millie, he's like, go get that for him. He's looking at me like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's time. You know what I mean? I'm going to give it to him. I've been wanting to give him this for a minute. He was looking like. But he didn't explain to Millie, bless her heart. She was like, I don't know what the hell you mean, Johnny. You know what I mean? What? He looked at her like, don't even do that right now. I'm having a moment. You know what I'm saying? My boy. Like, I'm having a moment. You know what I mean? He didn't say that. He just looking at her like, don't fuck this up. You know what to go get it. Go get it. You know what I mean? She's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Johnny. She just walked back there and he went back there with her and got it. It was a Hawk Claw liquid glass. It's a badass red tail Hawk Claw that was on the end of a leather string. And they had it articulated and he painted it with liquid glass. It was beautiful, man. Put it around my neck. And I believe he gave me a little coyote fur, a wolf, or a rabbit fur with it too, or something. I gave him one. It was something like that. But he gave me that necklace, man. I loved it. Really had good medicine to it. And another thing he did for me, he said, we got talking one day and I don't remember how we got on nunchucks, but he was like, you know I do nunchucks? Yeah, you ain't gonna believe this. And I thought he was just full of shit at first. I was like, man, he got all kinds of stuff going on. He was just living in the trailer right here next door. Like right on the road. He's like, y'all, you know I nunchuck? I nunchuck like a motherfucker, man. Watch out. I ain't even had a pair in a long time. He got talking about he got on the phone again with that money. He's like, let me get the, you know what I'm saying? If I ain't mistaken, what is it, 12-inch nylon, what is it, 8-inch or was it, no, it's 12-inch nylon string octagons or something like that. He got us a couple pair. We was out there in the yard with him, man. I never even used one that wouldn't have a chain. He said, nah, you want that string, it's silent. really whip it. Man, he was good. And we was out there in the yard, and he'd run me up. He'd run me in the ditch with it. Like, I tried to stand my ground against him, and I was pretty good at like little moves, but I couldn't fight with him. He could fight with them. Like, he would run you up the wall with him, trying to get away from him. And he would just all, you know, boom, 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 boom. And we'd sit out there and nunchuck all day long. And there's a lot of things I can tell you about Johnny, but that was probably my favorite little moments. But anyway, I didn't understand then because I didn't know God well enough to understand that he did stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that was God himself. Just be honest. I'm pretty sure that was God himself just coming to spend time with me. I mean, if it wasn't, then it was one of his that he had a real good hold on. Because, I mean, we really bonded. He did a lot of things that made him look bad in front of me that was hard for me to understand. I look back now and I do understand. I was real confused about it for a long time. But I loved him and miss him. But anyway, I just was thinking about him. And he cared about me. He cared about me. And he knew how to get my attention. He knew how to do things that would stay with me. And he didn't mind being a bad guy or looking like we was weird. Or he didn't mind. It didn't make sense to me. He did things in a way that I would remember. And I did. And it took me years to understand a lot of it, man. Anyway, I love you, Johnny. I'm sorry, man. I was confused there. You saw. I asked questions. You know what I mean? I let a couple people, when I was harassing them and interrogating them about certain situations, I let them believe that I believed all that shit. I knew there was more to it, but I didn't know. But I did for a little while, just close the book on that and just assume. I didn't mean to. I know that probably hurt you, but I just didn't know what to believe. But I knew there was more to it. But I know that probably hurt you the way I was acting. But it makes sense now. Sorry about Millie too, man. That's probably you too. I don't know. But anyway, God is very. That's what a lot of people don't understand. You get deep enough into God's word, and you start really understanding it. You start to realize that there's a lot in such a situation, if it was really true, that God wouldn't tell you, because it would be unique for every person. It would vary depending on the situation. The story of Christ, it tells you, the important parts that are true for all of us. But God raises his children, and he does it in ways you wouldn't imagine, like things that the world would think was evil or think was wrong or wouldn't understand. But God is very close with his children, and he don't offer no explanation. He does what he has to do, just like any good father would. And a lot of people, they're too religious. They don't see that. They saying God may be raising you right now. Now could be your girl. And it's just amazing the lengths he goes to, and he don't ask for no credit for it. He don't act like he wants all kind of credit because he demands respect. But you should see all the stuff he does that he don't get credit for. Don't even mention or hold against you. Another good memory with Johnny I think about is he showed me the Crab family and Jason Crab. Being away, I'm gonna take some meeting. I'm gonna work something out. I'm thinking about you, bro. I feel bad for everything that I did to God, man, until I learned. But I'm just glad I learned. But I really, really, what I mean? I knew you was watching. I knew that there's nothing that could happen to you. You see it by my turn. You're not my turn. And then you have speakers always thinking of that. You're a jerk, man. He said, my turn. He just kicked this dude into, like, way across the hallway into the elevator. She said, my turn. And then he kicked him in the chest. And he flew back, like, down the hall and smashed into the elevator. What's funny is, what I finna say? Oh yeah, there was a lot of people who, when they tried to call me on my shit this year, like they had all this ammo against me, I wasn't going to do all this that I did. You saw, I'm sure you're proud of that one thing, and you don't have to do any confirming. I'm just certain you are, because there was lots of people I felt like, even if it was just part of the story you wrote, there was lots of people who were thinking that because of the ammo that I had given them already, that I was going to shy away when they started calling me on it. Like I didn't know that you was watching, like I didn't really believe. But you saw I didn't shudder. I shuddered about you being mad at me when you come down on me and everything. But when they try to pull this card, like, what about this, COVID-19, all this stuff, and they start pulling all these personal things, you saw I didn't flinch, because I knew everything I did, as bad as it was, I knew you watching when I did it, which really makes it worse, I think. But you see, I wasn't worried about you knowing that. You knew everything anyway. So I wasn't worried about them knowing. I think you were probably proud in that moment, even if you wouldn't admit it. You're probably proud when they thought they finna call. Well, what about this? We knew about this. You saw I didn't flinch. I knew that you already knew about that. It didn't matter what they knew. And I think that they busted their bubble real quick. They thought I finished run away or something. And they was like, well, we know about this. Well, so does God. You know what I mean? I said, I believe in God. That's what it means. You know what I mean? He sees everything. I've done more than enough to deserve the harsh judgment. I expect it. But don't act like I didn't know God was watching when I did that. I knew. I didn't know how close he was.
The world won't end today, but you will.
PlayStation.
It was about time I cleared that up. I should have done that before the ball dropped, but you know what I'm saying? They say the most honest moments of a man's life are after busting nut, and I just busted my nut all year, man. But the world, and then, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm thinking about Johnny, man. My one true love. I'm just kidding. Now I understand the terms, man. I don't understand. God tells me I'm Millie's dad too, and Sloop's. How am I their dad? They're like twice as old as me. But like lately, I've been thinking and communing with the spirit, and I don't know that it's God telling me, but I've just been thinking and drawing my own conclusions. How am I Millie and Sloop's dad? And why do they hate me so much? They act like they think I'm a figment of their mom's schizophrenic imagination, like a Peter Pan or
I
something.
spent 25 years researching men living to 100
or 120. I discovered one food that these men who are 110 or 120 years old are eating. One food I believe is responsible for their incredible long life. Stanislaw Kowalski still runs races. He's 110 years old. Orville Rogers, who is 99, runs marathons. Magomed is 121 years old, still grows and eats his own food. These men all eat this one food, even though the so-called experts will tell you it's bad for you. Remember Yul Gibbons, the outdoors fanatic made famous in the cereal commercials? Gibbons avoided this one food. He died at age 64. Nathan Pritikin, one of the most famous health food experts ever.
64 is hunting a catch. Don't let him. He looked kind of like you, but don't let him put that fear in you. That's for the other folk. That 64, that first number was for us. 64 hunting a catch. See what that 110, 120 is. I'm gonna go get a shower and shave. Whoa. Huh. Whoa. Whoa, bro. Look at that. 110. Reality. Huh. Euthanasia. Wow. Immortality. Without death, properly, immortality. Literally, without death, deathlessness. Whoa. Imperishability, freedom from death, immortality. Wow. Without death, properly, immortality, literally, without death, deathlessness, referring to the unique glorification awarded to each believer by the Lord at his return. Praise God. Praise God. It's awesome. See, like from Thanos, see Thanatos, and Alpha immortality is awesome. Where God is described as, because he possesses it essentially. You're so smart, man. I can't keep up with you in a long way. I'm trying. 1 Corinthians 15:53, 15:54, 6:16. Wow. Alone having immortality and light dwelling unapproachable, whom has seen no one of men, nor to see, is able, to whom be honor and dominion eternal. Amen. Forgive me for sounding lackluster. I had a text right there in the middle of it. It was TJ, and I looked, and I shouldn't have. Usually I wouldn't do that reading your word for all of it. I've been trying to square up where I, gave him that guitar to hold for me for a minute when I need a little bit, and he'd bring it back to me. I'm trying to make that happen. I shouldn't have did that while I was reading your word. Forgive me, especially about immortality. I got distracted. I'd just been up all night. No excuses. When now the perishable, this shall have put on the imperishable, and the mortal, this shall have put on immortality. Then will come to pass the word, having been written, has been swallowed up, death and victory. Hallelujah. It behooves for the perishable this to put on imperishable, and the mortal this to put on immortality. Take a look at Melania's bedroom inside Air Force One. He's flexing. Like you finna buff first class. And Hebrew 110. Disciplined of God, the third son of Ishmael. I see that already. I'd have to do some reading to know for sure what God means by that, but I see that as that little straggler in all of us that was involved in this. You know what I'm saying? We kind of share that. There's part of it that was just a terrorist being grown by the enemy that weeding the terror. You know what I'm saying? We share in that immortality if we believe in Christ, but we also share in the shame of, you know what I mean, of having to be disciplined by God because we're out of line. That's all of us. I'm being more prone to believe it was me than anybody, but I do believe that's something we share, at least to a certain extent. Invite discipline. Yeah, he's asking me, like, you want me to get, you know what I'm saying? You want to do it the easy way or the hard way? Invite discipline? Like, you have any sense? You know what I'm saying? Strength. In the sense of chastisement. Discipline of God. Deal. Wow. Makes sense. Genesis 25:13, 1 Chronicles 129. I'll see what that 120 was. Oh, don't lose heart. He said, I lose heart. In other words, I miss you like you are my heart. You're romantic. And mankind. That's where a lot of these religions will miss God. Is he's so romantic. You see that I lose heart. and your heart sinks and you think that it's bad news. No, he's saying you have to think about it. You have to know him. When he says I lose heart, I mean, he may mean it sometimes in a bad way, but like right now, the way we're talking, and it says I lose heart, I feel like he's saying you are my heart. Like I miss you. You know what I mean? Like I wish you were closer. And Adam, mankind. It's awesome. I'm gonna finish this conversation with TJ. I'm gonna give me a shower, shave. But I want to make sure I included that as part of the story. I know you ain't a yellow wolf, man, because you looks a lot like you. But why didn't you talk to me if that was the case? Why are you always being a jerk whenever I was trying to mingle? I mean, he would invite me to Christmas and we'd be in his house and I'd be driving the kid around, but you wasn't even trying to talk. Yeah, damn, asshole, bro. Like, I know that's not your son. Yeah, you, like, what the hell? I get the joke now, but I mean, it wasn't funny at the time. Anyway.
When we see Pleiadian ships, we see a sphere of light because it's the Merkaba moving so fast. The Atlantean civilization was the product.
That's so cool. I want to be with you, Father. I want to. No, thanks. I mean, I like that because they're expressing themselves sincerely, but it's not for me. I like this one. Whole album. I'm not afraid, Father, but I do want to, you know what I mean? I want whatever your will is for me. If you wanted me to leave here, if I know that I'm having some kind of, you know, I'm having a very powerful experience. I have been for a long time. I don't know how it ends or how you plan for it to end. I just want it to end the way you would have it end. I'm cool with that, no matter what it was. I'm not trying to have it one way or the other. I just want you to have your way. I'm not afraid. I feel like the worst's behind us. But if you will for me to move on from this place where this is at, I don't know what your plan was for me from here, but that's what I want. I'm no questions asked. You know what I mean? If it's for me to stay here, then let me stay. But whatever you will from me, that's what I will for myself. I don't know how to activate it. I'm trying to clean this house and do things that would put me in line to be able to receive from you. But it's difficult. I'm not complaining. I just want you to know there's no particular outcome I desire. And if I had to pick, you know, if I had to tell you what I desired, I just desire to have what you desire from me. Sure, I get off a cloud. I've never been that quiet. You want me to sing or something? He got it on, but.
Never listen to my mother, ain't no matter what she said. She did her best though, try to get it through my head. One day I lay my head right here where I made my bed. It's just I ain't in any hurry. Tell you where I might be headed straight to hell. Say yourself, don't play safe. Well, you got it underwater, don't you? I ain't singing no more, man. You gotta create a bit of my mind, bro. You look like that. You kind of look like that pretty girl, that Disney girl. And now you shapeshifter or something, man. Played along. See, I'm not recommending to anyone that you play with God.
Like, you know what I mean? You definitely don't want to play with God before you are sure that you're in a family, and then he played with you a little bit. Let him be the one to initiate play. You know what I mean? Otherwise, take it real serious. But God has really surprised me. I'm not recommending this to everybody. I do recommend being sincere, but I'm just saying my personal walk. God does a lot of things for me I never heard of him doing for anybody else. But it really shows me what he means by being your son, you know, and all those perks that may or may not come along with that. You have to imagine. That's the whole point, you know, is that, you know, if he really loves you and you're a member of his family, he'll go way out of his way for you. And based on my understanding, I've always collaborated with him, coming up with cool ideas, just bouncing ideas off each other because we were honest. I never had no hang up in being honest. So Father would use me whenever he had ideas. He would go straight to me. He wouldn't even tell nobody else because they would have that hang up. They would not be honest, or they'd be worried about what he wanted them to say, or whether they'd be thinking too hard about it, or, you know, whether he wanted them to say this or wanted to say that. And it just messed it up, made him mad. He wanted to know straight up, like, what it really was. If it wasn't a good idea, just say it. But he liked bouncing ideas off me, it seemed, because I was all the way straight up with it. I was nice. I'd find something good about it, you know, but I also critique him and be straight up about it where I thought it could improve, and I would contribute and get creative with him. I wasn't scared to help. So it seemed like I started becoming kind of a go-to guy as far as like creative ideas about outside the word, like outside the box. Like, what are we finna do? How are we gonna make this work? Because I was just real innovative and real honest. So he kind of come to me whenever he would be trying to put the pieces together and make it all fit. And I was always dreaming about, you know, fantasy stuff, like not necessarily because I believed in that stuff, but I was just thinking about it. Real poetic and real artistic and real musical. And, you know, he's really showed me a great deal of love by playing along with me and making a lot of those fantasy things I believed in become true because he liked the ideas, and I can't even tell whether mine or his. But I just want to encourage those who don't know Messiah, don't know the Most High through Messiah, or haven't given him a chance by way of the Holy Spirit. I'm just encouraging you to learn all you can about him and read between the lines, because all that's laid there is a foundation. That's what it says. It Christ's foundation. Once you got that foundation, once God really claims you, I mean, I don't know how it ends because I don't meet no end when you're with him. But I've seen him do all kind of things I never imagined the God of the Bible would do. But it had nothing to do with the Bible. It was about his. In my walk with me, it was about his son. You know, we'd already established the Bible and laid the foundation, and we followed the best of our ability. But I was my own person, and he cared about my own thoughts. I'd have thoughts that didn't line up with the Bible necessarily, but it didn't go against him. But it was a little, you know, it was different. And I've been really pleasantly surprised to see that, you know, I'm not saying he'll do this for everybody. I definitely do get special treatment sometimes, but I'm just encouraging you. If you believe in a boring God that don't really love you, don't really consider you his child, you're not serving the same Christ. I believe in the Christ that laid that foundation and walked that line and fulfilled the law so perfectly so that I can mess up. I can color outside of lines. I need to be mindful of what I do, much more mindful than I have been. But I'm able to be free. I'm able to be myself. And believe it or not, you know, a lot of people try to paint the Christian God like he's only interested in his own thing. No, he laid that foundation, and he just wants you to get that laid so you can, you know, not move on past it, but so you can build on it. And what you build is between you and him. What you build on that foundation is your life. But first you have to respect Christ, and he did it the way he did for a reason. But I just want to encourage you, you know, if you think God's not fun or it's not worth it, don't believe that BS. God is a lot of fun. And if you are creative and you can come up with interesting stuff, it may be totally different in the Bible as long as it don't oppose Christ and the foundation. And he'll not only play along with you, he'll make it happen. He's a very creative and innovative guy who loves to have fun. He loves to cut up, do all kinds of things you never read about in the Bible. That Bible's there so you understand why that's available. When you understand the story of Christ and what he did for all of us, and you truly understand it, or to any extent, you begin to be free. Know the truth sets free. Whom the Son set free, free indeed. And you begin to dream about what you do with your life now that you're free. And believe it or not, you know what I'm saying, I've seen it firsthand. You know, everybody's different, but in my walk, God has always went way out of his way to believe in me because I believe so much in his son. And so what would have just been a fantasy bullshit story nobody would ever believe in became my real life because I believed in the life of Christ, and not just off word of mouth, but man should not survive off bread alone, but every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. And God had always told me about his son, and I knew he meant it. I didn't witness it, or I didn't know I had witnessed it first. But I listened and I respected it and I understood to an extent, and he opened my eyes more and more. And once I finally understood it, at least enough that I could begin to build a life of my own and feel secure that I wasn't building on sinking sand, just doomed to lose it, I was very surprised to see God participating in my life, even more so than I was willing to participate in Christ, which is why I'm trying to go that extra mile now. I'm trying to catch up with God. He's done so much for me, playing along my silly fantasies and making them real. You know what I mean? And Christ wasn't a fantasy. This is the truth of creation. And he wants all beings to know it and to understand it. He's not trying to drill it in your head and be like a dang teacher trying to get on your nerves or annoy you. He's trying to get it out the way so you can have fun. He likes to have fun. And you're not ever going to get Christ out the way, but you do have to lay that foundation, or anything you build is destined to fall. Only what's done for Christ will last. And by the way, Wes, I saw you the other day in my room, bro. Apparently you're an angel or a demon or something too, man. Because you didn't even have the body. And you was out there in my room. No, I went on drugs or nothing. I know you saw me because you was there. I'm just testifying under the other people. But Wes, man, I ain't gonna say the last name just in case you don't want me to say it. That nigga's a demon or an angel or something. I never thought. I mean, I knew he was into that, and he might be one day, but I didn't know. But then he appeared in my room the other day in the ceiling. And his head was like 5 of my head. He was big. Big old head. Looked like some elf ears on him or something. It was, I couldn't tell if he was a demon or an angel. He was laughing. He was smiling. And he was looking at me like a big brother or a father. He was looking happy, like, I got you, nigga. Like, that was funny, wasn't it? And he was just cutting up. I didn't feel scared. He was just smiling, like, I told you, nigga. I've been trying to tell you all a long time. And you know what I'm saying? He was looking at me like he looked at Damien when he's picking on him. But it turns out, I mean, I believe it was really you. It wasn't no vision of you. It was you. You was in my room the other day. You were just up there in the ceiling. And it was pretty cool, man. I mean, you've always been a handsome dude. I think you're even more handsome without the body. You know what I'm saying? That's a good look. I've been seeing all kinds of crazy stuff lately, man. Not crazy necessarily, but God been opening my eyes to the spirit realm. I don't even need no drug or nothing. I've been seeing all kinds of stuff. Amazing things. Anyway, yeah, apparently Wes, that wasn't him. That was just a little Wi-Fi port he was using, acting like a body in school. No wonder he's so weird, man. I mean, I don't think it's fair, guy. Even if I was the creator of this realm, I don't believe I am. But even if they're trying to blame me for it or something, like, I remember being a little bitty baby in this thing. Why is everybody acting like I'm their dad and they reject me? Like, I was a little baby born in here. I remember some of them that are acting like I'm their dad and they're going to kill me or something, being their creator. That's the way my gang stalkers work it. Is that like I'm their dad or their creator and they don't want, they want to kill me because they don't want to exist or something. I was a little baby in here, man. They was like they was old enough to be my parents when I was born. And they're acting like I'm their dad. What the hell? It's weird, man. Like, I can only think of a few different ways that the scenario could even play out and that be possible. It would be like if it was based on me or something and they didn't want to exist and I created them in my mind collaborating with God. But I don't think I'm that good. This realm is awesome. Even if it was hell, well, you know, I did pretty good. Don't look cool ass characters, boy. Why? Like, how would my Millie and Snoop dad? That's what I wonder. God showed me that movie. I didn't watch it yet, but that A Race of Giants. And apparently I got a race of giant children, and they all want me dead or something. Doug Bradley's apparently my child. And then that other dude was just a puppet. Sloop and Millie are my children, apparently, and they think I'm just a figment of their mama's imagination. They accuse her of being schizophrenic, which she's not. They're just mean and judgmental. You know, I love them. And she tried to tell them about me, their dad, I guess, and they think that I'm just like a Peter Pan character in her mind. And then they saw me and they freaked out. I thought they was getting crazy too. They want to kill me too. So apparently that's why Millie and Sloop wouldn't let me shine. Because they did bless me, but they think I'm a Peter Pan character in their mama's mind, that I'm not real. And somehow I'm their dad or something. So apparently I'm everybody's dad, and I got a race of giants, and they all want to kill me. Because they think I'm like Pee-wee or dang Blue Clues or dang Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood created them some goofy ass realm they got to be stuck in. No, it's just potential energy. You can make whatever you want out of it. I don't know how I'm your dad when you're like twice as old as me. Crazy, man. Hard to understand. It's not really hard to understand, it's just challenging. Help me understand, Father. Why is everybody blaming me for everything that went wrong in their life? Why are they looking at me like I'm their dad and I never even met them? Weird. Like the one that's supposed to be my dad is looking at me like I'm his dad. Weird. Kyler acting like I'm his dad. There's, you know what I'm saying? Being slick. I don't know what the hell he was up to. All that other stuff. I'm tired of all those little tests that Elohim or whatever you're going to call them try to put me through. I understand why they do. It's necessary, but man, it get on my nerve. I always kept it all the way real with them. And they saw that. I told them what I finna do before we got in the scenario. Then they arranged the scenario. I do exactly that. And then they'd be mad at me trying to kill me. I told them what I'd do in that situation. I've been straight up from the beginning. I ain't scared of none of that they try to pull, man. I just don't. It's just strange. I understand they're learning from you, God, and they're trying to be like you and speaking symbols and pictures. But it starts with being straight up, you ask me. You know, there's no need to use symbols and pictures if in the heat of the moment, face to face, you can't be straight up. God was always straight up, but over a great span of time, he would illustrate big pictures and you'd have to meditate on it and it'd be revealed. But face to face, man to man, he kept it all the way real. The Elohim trying to get ahead of themselves, they're always trying to do what you do on an epic level with all this acting and skits and stuff, but they ain't even being straight up square one. You know what I mean? Only what's done for Christ will last. Straight up square one. 00 square. I wonder if Waya is Johnny's sister. I love her too. And she's a witch, I think. And she's really pretty, but she was a little older than me. But she favors him too. And I always was trying to flirt with Johnny's sister because I thought it was really cool. But I didn't want to go to the party like I knew Johnny would be mad or something. But I like his sister. I wonder if they're the same person. I wonder if Waya may be her. Or that, and man, they all look alike to me. Everybody starting to look the same. Everybody looks like they're from the same family, you know. And they're all looking at me like I'm dad. I'm like, man. A lot of y'all look really a lot alike. MGK look like a really pretty Michael Nestor. Like, if you lost the weight, like when I look at MGK's most recent picture, it looks just like Michael Nestor. He look mad as hell in that video. What the hell, man? Y'all are weird as shit, man. I had enough of y'all again, man. It's funny as hell, though. How y'all do things. I understand why both have to happen, but you do your thing and it's so much. It's beyond any and all of us. But you let the Elohim do their thing because they're patterning themselves after you. But it's much more like a child's game or a marathon or a dog race compared to what you're actually doing with your children. I mean, it's insulting if you were to compare, but I understand you're not offended and you allow them to do that because they are on their way to being more like you. By then, you will have surpassed them, though, eon beyond again. But I see why you allow both. You're letting the young one have fun and build their little teams and their squads and do their little thing. But you're doing something so real, something so raw, so true, you know, about family that goes so much deeper than any of these games. I'm with you, Father. You know what I mean? I ain't jumping for no flame with the hoops for none of these. You know what I mean? I like them, they're all right, but they get on my nerves. You know what I'm saying? I like you, I love you. I like them, I love you. I'm allowed us to play. I'll be right back. It'll be maybe half an hour. There's no denying, baby. I'm just saying, there's no denying. Ooh, just got a touch from the Holy Spirit. I went over to see my buddy Michael, and I just had a little smoke with him. I walked in, boy, the spirit was moving over here. When I finally told Johnny I was sorry, notice it's important for the common people to understand what me and my brother are illustrating. It ain't that you should treat these devices like oracles. That's not the point. Y'all missed the point. A lot of people look at my brother, he's flamboyant, and they think that he's trying to say that he like you see him making a statement with colors, or with wearing females' clothes, or makeup, or jewelry, or whatever. You know, something he found one of a kind, you know what I mean? Spooky a little bit, like got some voodoo to it. A lot of people miss the point. They see some flamboyant character like us, and they automatically think, you know what I mean? Angel of the Bible is abyss. That it's just they're if we don't explain it, he don't explain this shit to you. That's the difference. I can't just to interpret for him. He don't need nobody to interpret for him. It made him mad at first. I was studying too hard. You know, he felt like, why are you looking at me like that? Okay, he felt judged. He's colorful and beautiful, but he ain't finna explain to you. You know what I'm saying? It hurts a nut just to have to be in the room with you not understanding. He's tough and he is sensitive. Understand? And he may feel like being sensitive that day. If you were left to your own devices and you looked at any of our darker ones, or our more colorful ones, or our more flamboyant ones, there are many that come to mind already. I'm sure you're thinking of 10 right off the bat, idols you worship all the way to the grave. You know, it might be Michael Jackson. It might be, Prince. Boy. You know what I mean? We share that, me and my brother, that flamboyancy. We're flamboyant in different ways, different times. But if we didn't explain it, that's what I realized over the time of getting to know him better, getting to know myself better. The sin wasn't in the way we flamboyant. It runs in our family, flamboyant. It just illustrates a point. It just lets you know that there's more than what meets the eye. And you see that clothes, that's like the woman's, it's less about gender than it is about flowing and think of how a female's clothes responds to nature as you move, like a wave. Female clothes are softer, they're so much more comfortable. I'll be honest with you, I wear them and prefer them. I can honestly say I'm a weird and can't be contented with it. But I prefer, you know what I'm saying? Especially if I'm finna fight somebody, I'll wear the softest pair of panties I can find. It makes me meaner. It sounds like a pit bull, but I'm just telling the truth. It's weird, but you know what I'm saying? We got ticks about it. It's all people. And seriously, if I'm finna do something real masculine, sometimes just to pump myself out, I will wear panties. No one will ever even know. And I'll go do the toughest shit. If I'm gonna do something tougher than anything I've ever tried to do before, I might just put on a softer pair of panties I can find, so I stay on my toes. Everybody got their little voodoo about them. Everybody got their little rituals. The issue isn't the ritual. It's the fact that people who see folks doing what appears to be a ritual, they get the wrong idea. If it ain't broken down to a certain extent, then we wind up being responsible for all the ignorant blood on our hands. Because while my brother maybe heard about somebody in the family, not understanding, seeing his perspective, and I may be chasing some girl gone, you know what I'm saying? We're not even noticing that people who needed an explanation are being, you know what I'm saying? They're just shoveled off a cliff, pretty much. And we don't need them. It's really a lazy way of purging because we don't want that. We're not murderers. We're not violent. Not for real. We are able to be violent. We're the most violent we want to be. But neither one of us take pleasure in doing that. That's why we prefer to do our creative things. We set up our little, you know what I'm saying? However we like to function regularly and just keep the creative energy flowing, and the dead weight takes care of itself. You know what I mean? They'll knock each other off. We don't, you know what I'm saying? We're not that interested in them. Like y'all acting like we're plotting against the common man. No, we're not. Like we're tracking you, stalking all that shit. No, everything is being seen. If we want it to be seen, we ain't got to chase nobody. You know what I mean? You ain't got to chase nobody. We're not that interested in you. But if you are somebody that's really interested and you're not just lying to yourself, then we might be all over you. Might be for a fashion tilt. You know what I'm saying? Creative people, we're guilty of looking away from those troubling aspects of our duty in the spirit realm, and we entertain ourselves with our, you know, it might be parties, it might be a certain drug, you know, a certain season, or a certain style of dress, a certain city. You know what I mean? That we'll just take and make our own. But we being childish in the sense that we aren't being aggressive about the dead weight, because neither one of us want to deal with it, really. We like to fight. We like to fucking, you know what I'm saying, jello wrestle, battle to the death. All that shit's fun. But actually purging the flock for the good of humanity and preserving the, you know what I'm saying, the species and, you know, defending the human, all that shit is just too heavy. Neither one of us like that, really. I don't think. I can't speak for him, but I'm just telling you my interpretation after interacting with him. We're a lot alike, and we tend to drift and gravitate towards our games because they're fun. It's the same thing, but it's dressed up. It's the same thing, but we're performing enough that you can relax a little bit and enjoy it, because even though it is real, it's a show, and the show must go on. We agree on that, but so beautiful. Just see, I had to get it myself. I didn't want to ramble. I had to get it. He don't explain because he's been trying to explain. You can just tell when you interact with him. He's over trying to explain to people who don't understand. You know what I'm saying? It seems like, I mean, he may still care deep down, but he don't show that shit if he can help it. You'd have to really have a keen eye to even be able to tell he cared at all. Yeah, trained eye. Hell, the trained eye would think he didn't give a fuck. He does. Deep down, I believe, but I believe he give more fuck than most. Maybe all. Which is why he chose to stop giving a fuck a long time ago. Because it wasn't finna be matched. You see what I'm saying? He know better than set himself up for heartbreak. He already done that with every movie he ever made. You know what I'm saying? He's not dumb. You know what I'm saying? They say that insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. And that's not my brother. That's how y'all try to act. Like the devil's stuck in a time loop. No, he just, you know what I'm saying? Tried to explain it to you a long time ago. You wasn't trying to hear it. You know what I'm saying? If you fell into a time loop, it's one you created for yourself. He wasn't that interested. Unless you truly are interested, and there are very few. But you know what I mean? He'll take what he wants from you. That's just what this is the way it is. You better watch that. Anyway, and so y'all look, that's why I really decided to do what I did. I want to make sure that I make this clear so it's understood for God and everybody. I love my brother too much. Like I said by your line, freak me out too good. He's too on point. You're just ahead of the curve. Y'all ain't ready for it. He's not the bad guy. Neither am I. We switch roles sometimes. All of us are in the body of both. It just depends on what mood we in that day. And you know what I'm saying? The real one can admit that to ourselves. We may not admit that to you because we may be strategizing. That's goes without saying. But it's important that you remember when you encountered what, you know, most of the ones y'all call dark is the beautiful ones. You know what I mean? It's God's not limited by gender and all these things that freak us out on the surface level. He does have a certain way he prefers things, or he promotes things, and I can't promote otherwise. But you know, if he was a God who was creative, you wouldn't promote anything destructive. He's not. I'm just being honest. I'm not speaking for God, but I'm speaking from my heart, inspired by God. I want to clarify. I believe this is so key to the main reason I'm here. And just forgive me, God, for being bold with your word, but I'm just interpreting the best of my ability. Where Christians read, "Be fruitful and multiply," and male to male relationships are an abomination or a shame unto God or whatever. It says many times that it doesn't please God for men to lay with each other. You know what I'm saying? It's real heavy poetry, but it all is from start to finish. The whole Bible. It don't matter if it's talking about a cornerstone. It's all heavy poetry. It's all dramatic. It's all into the world from start to finish. That's where y'all get messed up. You know what I'm saying? My brother understand the Bible better than any of y'all, even when he misunderstood it. It's performance, arts. You know what I mean? If you see him, he's performing and he's not fake. He has imagination. He's thinking ahead to what we hadn't done yet. So it seems foreign. It seems strange. It seems it might be awkward for some of the people who hadn't been exposed to that sort of thing. It may rub you the wrong way, but you may or may not be able to understand that that's the beauty of it. That's the art. If he would just, I would say we, I'm not singling them out, but I just really want to acknowledge them. But if we, because we're one and the same, if we woke up that day and decided to be someone else, and we're free enough to be able to be and not beat ourselves up for it. Take a little and do our best to make a lot. And we ain't got to try hard. It's coming from the future. So it seems like alien invading. When I saw Cohen, I was really meditating on this stuff. I was thinking about my situation. I was thinking about my family. I was thinking about my future. I was thinking about my salvation. I was thinking about my friends. I was thinking about, I'm not going to say that. I was about to be too honest. Read my mind, bro. That's a good thought right there. I think you can read minds. If not, he's convincing. He's convincing. With the gunshot. He makes everybody uncomfortable, but but you got to understand. You got to be able to perceive. If he didn't mean to do it, and he was just that to who he is, he said that whoops accidentally made you uncomfortable, and may not have even noticed that. It wasn't really for any purpose. I'm just weird, so I freak you out. If it was that would be lame. But he knows he freaks you out. And I'm gonna say he wants to, because it's almost like he's above that. But he understands the purpose it serves. It's just like throwing a little fucking bleach in everything, chemical in the pool every now and then and shock it. That's what they do to pool. He's not trying to shock you, but it does shock you because it's not coming from the past. It's coming from the future. You know what I'm saying? It might remind you of somebody in the past, Jimi Hendrix. It might remind you of Janis Joplin, or it might remind you of Sarcees. It might remind you of a certain character, but it's from the future. So the common man sees it as a foreign enemy invading and responds accordingly, and it kills him because he can't contend. The common man doesn't understand, my brother, when he hit him filled with a scythe. You know what I'm saying? What mortal man would want to wrap his mind around that sound of a scythe that is swinging? You know what I mean? You think he does that because he enjoyed it? It takes a special kind of person to do it. He can do it without lifting a finger, just by being who he is. It's hard to be him or me or us or any of us. But we're in either side. You know, whether you're Julius Caesar, Judas Iscariot, or Jesus the Christ, that was the hardest part of my Christian walk, I can honestly say, was as a baby Christian, torn and distracted by the world and manipulated, brainwashed, and just beat up, and where I felt bad about being myself. I was so confused. I went playing ping pong in my mind for, decades. Am I Julius Caesar? Am I Jesus Christ? Or am I Judas Iscariot? I literally, without even meaning to, subconsciously found myself in that little time loop. And for seriously decades, I would spend years sure that I'm finally on the path of Christ. I'm Christ now in this equation. There are only really two types of men you can be. The Bible broke it down in three. Right there at one time, there was three totally different men walking three totally different paths. Each one of them as unique as the other. You know what I'm saying? Some people see it as one lost, one won, and one whatever, just fill in the blank. But it ain't, they're all, each path is equally painful. Each path is equally unique, and they switch up. That's the hard, it's like a kaleidoscope in the spirit as you meditate on it. Well, I was boxed in by the world, and I was thinking it was the way they said it was. I was like so torn, and some years I would be so on top of things. Like I know that if I was one of those three men, just hypothetically, I would have to be the Christ because I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It's not that it matters, but I just wanted to be more like him. I didn't want to be the totalitarian tyrant Caesar that he couldn't show his emotion. He murdered people in the street by the millions for no reason, or not millions, I'm exaggerating, but tons. He would just murder, a few hundred in the streets on a holy day just to make sure everybody knew who was boss, not because he enjoyed it, but it's a good strategy. If you was back in those times, got a situation like he had, it's not a bad strategy. Every now and then on the holiest day of the year, when people are celebrating their religion in the street, like Mardi Gras, just murder them all in front of everybody. And just, you know what I'm saying? So they know who's in charge and what God we serve. That's what he did. Regular. That was like a pattern, but it wasn't aggressive pattern. You could tell based on what I read, he didn't do it compulsively or obsessively. He just did it when necessary. People started rising up, started acting out. He couldn't get, people want to argue about what God was real or talk behind the back about some other king coming back. He just wait till the holiest day of the year when everybody's drunk and happy and Mardi Gras and they got the cameras on that shit if it was our time. You know what I'm saying? Bump it down, like, just go to a group celebration and he would mow them over. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to be like that. And I was. In the bedroom, I was. Sexually, I was. In relationships, I was. I just ran over women because I thought I had to be a man. And to be a man was to lead women. So I knew if a woman had time to even be trying to nag at me or come at me or judge me or stalk me or harass me or tell me the way I'm living wrong, I blamed myself. I couldn't stand to hear her voice because when she said, you're not doing something right, or where that $20 you're going to put in my tank, or anything challenging whatsoever, I just mowed her over. That was my way of being able to run away from the challenge without admitting I was a coward. I didn't know what to do. I just knew that if I was in proper standings with God, my woman would never have an issue with me. So when a woman can't have an issue with me, I just totally bypassed whatever her issue was, ignored her, ran her over, you know what I'm saying? Mowed her over straight forward, head on collision to make sure that it didn't appear like I was running away, because that's what I was really doing. In my heart, I was really running away because I didn't know if I was right with God. And it scared the piss out of me because he was this girl looking at me for love. And I just had a, morning wood I try to get rid of, just for lack of a better term, to put it simple. Because any kid can understand that much, looking at a girl with goo-goo eyes, but she really needs something deeper that you ain't really available enough to offer her. You know what I'm saying? There's more to everyone that meets the eye. The heartbreaking truth was, but it was relief when I found the truth and I was set free. That's where Satan gets many of us, is we find a character, like I've suggested many times, and we relate to him, and then we behave in a manner that, we mimic. All of us want to be the Fonz, or some of us want to be rich. We all get attached to certain characters in certain plays, certain shows, opera, whatever, and we get obsessed without realizing. Human beings, you know what I'm saying? We're real picky. We get attached to a certain character and we think that's who we truly are, or that's who we have to be. That was one of the most difficult things about my walk with Christ, is I was such a hopeless romantic, just head over heels in love with everything that is poetic and artistic, and it didn't matter, what it was. As long as it flowed in some type of way, it had some kind of vibe to it, I could appreciate it. I wasn't really trying to hear the Bible. When I started reading it and really opened my mind to it, I realized it was a Bible on like a bigger thing, or like a wider wavelength. I needed more maturity. I didn't have enough age on me to really want to spend that long thinking about something that simple. Like you know what I'm saying? Simple. Tic-tac-toe. You know what I'm saying? Bada bang, bada boom. But God wanted me to sit and really think on the thing. And I realized, don't, brother, especially you, don't allow the enemy to make you feel like you're one or the other. That's the beauty of it, is when it really opens up. And I'm just now getting to the point where it's opening up for me. It becomes the kaleidoscope, and they all are each other. I mean, if you look at the initial, you listen to the sounds, nobody wants to be the one who betrayed the Christ, but the horrible, heart-wrenching, soul-shocking, and stained glass shattering truth is that all the characters in the Bible are all of us. Like, they're really umbrella terms. And some days we're Mary, another day we're Martha. It's all depending on our mood. We've all been every character, and that's what God's illustrating, when it all become a one in the Elohim, and as opposed to El. They only seem to be at war, like when you're small-minded, and that's what Clegg was stuck in. And bless his heart, it was really less Clegg than it was my brother trying to defend himself, because now he see, I believe, I'm just speaking from the heart, that he missed out on a lot because of, you know what I'm saying, when y'all had that bad attitude toward him, he'd be creative. When he let things flow and he just does what comes naturally, and you may be shocked or disturbed, or you may try to call it the enemy, or pick it against him, like Marilyn Manson did to the world shit, like try to say he's the devil or he's responsible for Columbine or whatever. When y'all started doing that, if it did hurt him or bother him, it didn't long. It was something private between him and the Creator. He know that quick. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't finna be like that. He knew better than to be like that. He was already preparing for the next time a crisis hits. So he wouldn't be like y'all and try to blame somebody else for what we all did. You know what I'm saying? He was already trying to take responsibility. And he was like, I'm not going to be like that. But now, because he's been focusing on that and not y'all, because you know what I'm saying, weren't able to perform that moment he needed you, and he just moved on. Now that I come, you see, and each of you see it, and you're able to see that, that, see, he thought he could make it up fine on his own, I think, like deep down. Maybe he just is a survivor thought. I don't think any of us really believe that, but in that moment of like, y'all let him down, no one understands, I'm all alone. Yeah, I got a couple people I fought with me, but when it comes down to, you know what I'm saying, ain't nobody finna do this shit for me. You know what I mean? If this is my realm, you know what I mean? It is what it is, whatever. Make the most of it. I don't need them. I don't need them on my team or on my page. They can just sit there and, take up space and waste time. They take care of themselves for the most part. You know what I'm saying? He likes to paint them monsters, man. He likes to, Michael Myers, he likes to, you know what I'm saying, spook you a little bit. And he's more than capable of doing a lot worse than anything you've seen on any performance art. But it's not that he takes pleasure in that sort of thing. But he knows it's necessary. All real men do. Tending to her is necessary. It's always happened. It always will. We don't live in a fantasy world. We live in an animal kingdom. Even if we are men who are rising to power and becoming like gods or children of God, we come from an animal kingdom. We're more like, plants and animals than any other life form. It's just important to notice that rebellious streak in him, that it screws ourselves. And that's when we all realize that we are the Judas who kissed the Christ. That is us. Like, we let ourselves down, because sometimes I relate to him. When somebody like when I'm let down on a grand scale and a mass number of people ain't trying to understand or just don't have the capacity to, at first it's heartbreaking. I'm gonna suck it up real quick, because fuck y'all, you know what I'm saying? It's just art. It ain't that big a deal. You don't like it, screw you guys, I'm going home, whatever. It ain't that big a deal. I ain't gonna let you know that it hurts me, but it is like a dagger in the heart, because anybody who's a real artist, I think it hurts when people aren't able to perceive your vision and appreciate it for what it really is, and only you as the artist really know what that is. And then you either believe in Creator or don't, and that can complicate the situation more simple. You make it more simple and easier to understand. I saw Cohen and a lot of people trying to help me. They was doing like layups, like what I did. They were trying to help me. But when I saw them talking about my brother like that, it made me mad. When I knew that when Cohen said he met the devil in the psych ward, and I met, a good friend of mine in the psych ward, I had the same kind of experience. Okay, I was relating to him, and I knew that it had something to do with God's plan for me. And at first I was like, okay, he's bailing me out. He's going to bail me out against Satan. He's going to help me beat the destroyers. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah. God's fitting a flex on them. I just wanted to be safe. I was scared. Because they're very powerful. Way too powerful for a man. You know what I mean? You'd have to have God on your side, and he'd have to be functioning and properly operating through you on a regular basis for you to have any kind of chance. And I was bluffing when I first challenged, just believing that God was going to back me up. And when he did, I was like, hell yeah, I'm in the clear. I already knew I was in the clear because I saw God respond, and he was making my enemy my footstool. But then I realized what was really going on, that I might not have seen if I was just self-centered. You know what I'm saying? If I was just a little wormy dude, like most Christians, and I saw God bailing me out by giving me a layup to all these people like Clegg, Cohen, pointing out the Illuminati stuff and all this, just helping me, like color by numbers, ABC 1 2 3, easy E-rap. Like when they started doing that, I was surprised. I thought when I saw God helping me, whether it was my enemy become my footstool, or whether it was my brother setting the challenge, or whether it was God giving me a way out, all three of those options, Judas Iscariot, and Julius Caesar, and Jesus Christ, and that's all three of us at all three times. The potential outcome. Let Cohen and me, you know what I mean? You can look at it like that. Which one of us will be this one, that? I say Clegg was Caesar because he's just brutal. He tries to act like he's all loving and nice, and I'm just here to help, folks. But everybody fucking dies. It's fucking Caesar, bro. And then Cohen, he's a softer. He's kind of sensitive. He's like a mellow man. You know what I'm saying? Metrosexual. Definitely gay. Definitely bi or gay. I wanted to. Don't even say you're not, Cohen. I can tell. You're so gay, bro. Yeah, like it's Jesus love, but you're gay, man. I think you're gay. You're cute though. You know what I'm saying? If I was gay, I might date you or something. Take you to a coffee shop with that beard and stuff. You look cute in the coffee shop. You know what I'm saying? A Christmas sweater. You know what I'm saying? We took some eggnog, nigga. Anyway, I'm finna do some music, but I just have to imagine. Okay, so he would be who? It's hard to tell. A lot of people say he'd be Jesus because he's more fit to bill what the Bible says, and I would be Judas who betrayed him with a kiss just then when I made fun of him. See? That's what's funny about it, is when you think of it in those terms and then you switch them. And that's what I do with situations. If I don't like the character I wind up looking like, I just reverse the roles in my mind and play it out like a fantasy. And I meditate on being a different character. And if nothing else, I see it from a new perspective and I gain insight, and I realize that it's not any of us that are one particular character. It's God showing us all the different perspectives, and you can take turns looking through the eyes of each one. And as you do, it's like putting on binoculars, like you're putting on an avatar, and you walk through the little passage, and you may not get anything out of it. If you're looking for codes, you might confuse yourself and miss the meat of the sweet message that is simple and is straightforward. But then people like me and him that overthink things, looking for codes, you know what I'm saying? We have all that extra fun we can do on the side and nicknames and things. But it's fun to take a walk in each of the shoes that the Bible describes, where small-minded people get caught up and wind up dying. Their species is obliterated, or their bloodline is eliminated. It's mainly because they get caught up in one perspective that's presented by one particular one, and they don't want to see it from any other. And that's same true for the Christ. Many people can only see it through the eyes of the Christ, and everybody else is the enemy. They don't understand the beauty of Christ becoming man, to be a mirror for man, to show man his potential. If you saw, just hypothetically, like a mathematical equation, if you were just a bunch of men, just empty men, didn't even know if you were alive, really, or had a spirit, and you're confused about your purpose. And if hypothetically God poetically came to earth and lived beside you and did the things you did. You know what I'm saying? Got dirty, high five. Might even have a bisexual phase in high school. Who knows? All that stuff got wiped from 13 to 30. And they say he never sinned. Well, that's another beautiful thing. I mean, if he did, God don't remember it, because he said, I would cast your sin into the sea of forgiveness, remember it no more, and he kept his word. So if Jesus ever did sin, he didn't, because God kept his word and he wiped it out like it never happened. That's why in them years erased from 13 to 30. How many years that is? 17 years. And that's how long Christ just disappeared from the text. Well, that's the most important year. And the only thing left was 3 years of ministry on the way to the cross. I wonder why we're willing to do that. Might have been because God was willing to wipe that many sins. I mean, I'm just imagining what it might mean. Y'all try to say it's one way or the other, and y'all don't understand God's word to be meditated on. There's all kinds of things he left open, you know, for you to think on and for you to answer for yourself, and that's the hard part. Most people just look at what there, they pick a little portion and they box themselves in. They only see it through that perspective, and you know, and they're not even that person. That's just who they like to imagine themselves as. And I had to face that about myself many times. I was I was the one that didn't even get wrote about. You know what I'm saying? And it's just important to understand my brother's a lot like dad. You know what I mean? To a certain extent, he's gonna make sure the truth's available. If you want to dig through the lost and found, you want to put your little heritage together, you want to do your little ancestry, you know what I'm saying? You want to start, get the little page, do your little research, you know what I'm saying? Use the libraries, the computers, you know what I'm saying? The surface of Earth to accomplish some kind of a research mission, you know what I mean? About your heritage or your bloodline, your culture, your creed, your nationality, whatever, your sexuality. He'll let you do that. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. You can use his facilities. You know what I'm saying? But then y'all want to say that he's just a bloodthirsty monster and it's out to kill, take pleasure in it, and that the world is a demonic hive and we're just stirring the hornet net, everybody fucking dies. You can't see the beauty in creation, man. Yeah, that's potentially what it is. You know what I'm saying? But if a surfer can catch a wave, man, as big as we've seen them, I ain't Tim topic. You know what I'm saying? If we've seen some amazing things achieved, even if it was illusionists, we've seen some incredible things achieved by mere mortal man. And it scares people when it's coming from the future or when it ain't been done yet. That's the kind of stuff he tries to do. I mean, you got to think about it. That's what sets. And now I'm talking about all of us, me and my brothers all together. It's just in Satan, that there is a call to Satan, the great accuser. That is all of us who are at home in the dark, so to speak. No, it ain't one way or the other. No side prevails over the other. You can't. I just saw that he makes that stuff available. Like, you got to put the pieces together for yourself, though. But he didn't explain. He didn't care enough to explain to people who wouldn't understand. Enough that there wouldn't be blood on mine and his hands potentially. Once I saw what he was doing, and I realized that y'all was, acting like he ain't done enough to help. You can't be mad at him for filling in blanks and for being himself and being creative with a realm God gave him. Well, I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. You run a realm if God gave you a realm. How do y'all know he ain't just killing time till Jesus comes back? How do you know he hated someone? God gave him a realm according to the Bible. What would you do with a realm if God gave it to you? Well, you would run it to the best of your ability. Okay, so now everybody's going to say he ain't good enough, or you don't get it, or you're scared. You know what I'm saying? And when I started seeing that setup, and I realized I had a few paths I could take. I could try to dunk on my brother and be like, you know what I'm saying? You're different, you know what I mean? You're different, dude. I don't fuck with you. One of us. You know what I'm saying? Now you gotta stay down here. No, that's not God, man. Y'all try to act like he's the enemy. No, he's not. Y'all are the enemy. And he done everything he knew how to do. And what came naturally to him. But y'all say yourself, he's different. Okay, so that's why I came to lend a hand. I spent a little time here, I absorbed what was going on. Y'all just want to blame him for everything you don't even realize you do when you don't do shit at all, but waste time taking up space in our realm. Get the fuck out. And then we're going to be more aggressive about make sure y'all know how to take out the trash. That's you. You know what I mean? You know who you are. Anyone who's not us. He did the best he could with what he had. It ain't good enough for nobody. Well, okay. You know what I mean? Tough titty. He did what came naturally to him and then some, went above and beyond the point you call him flamboyant and look down your nose at him like he's some kind of weird. No, he's trying to get your attention. Trying to show you something you weren't trying to see. So he went a little further out of the way for you. And y'all trying to lead him like sheep to the slaughterhouse. Take him some kind of cross he don't belong on. Punish him for your sin. That's why I come and say no. You know what I'm saying? No. He was just under the impression because of two can play that game. Takes two to tango. If you're going to totally bypass and disregard everything that I believe and know to be a fact, and I witness myself, if you can't appreciate me, then I'm not going to spend a lot of time trying to coach you or teach you or develop any kind of bond with you. You've already rejected me. What can I do? Are you going to protect his tender heart? Are you going to get back to doing what he does better, just be his creative self? I don't know how much he thinks about it after that, but you know what I'm saying? If I know anything about him, he prefers to just address that shit and leave it where it be. But he can't lie. You know what I mean? That should be coming back up in his mind, even if he don't say anything later. If he cares too much, gets too involved, and then nobody appreciates the effort he put in. But y'all ain't even trying at all. And whenever he try, you trying to crucify him for it. It just really broke my heart when I saw that and Cohen just talking like I didn't want to step on him to get out. And if God was trying to get me to do that, I didn't want to serve that God. I just started thinking about what if my brother trying to do that for me because he knew I wanted Jesus to win. And I was like, damn, man, what would I really do? Would I step on my brother, try to bail and jump out the realm so he don't kill me for coming against him? Thank you, Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Fuck him. That's sad, man. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. Or would I rather stand up to the God who would suggest something like that? But you're the elder, God. You know what I'm saying? We're just your children. The fact that you would even let something like this go on says something about you. You know what I mean? I'm not mad at my, you know what I mean? That you would suggest I step on my brother's head to get out, save my own ass, and then just abandon him. In a realm he did the best he could with. So I just come down here to flex on him and not him. And then act like I'm better than and blast off. Thank you, Jesus. Fuck him. The fact that you would even suggest that, God. You know, maybe you're not the God I want to serve. That's another way that scenario go down. But I know the God I serve, so that wouldn't be what I do. And I wouldn't even think about not helping people, whoever they are, anyone I have a bond with. So that was off the table too. I just realized, you know what I mean? It's not a game to be won or a war to be fought. Everybody does their little part. The problem is, most of y'all ain't doing your part. You know what I'm saying? So he's been letting you weed yourselves out, get high, find a corner, dig you a hole and die. You know what I'm saying? Crawl up in a hole and die. He's not trying to tell you what to do. He hated y'all trying to control him, trying to influence him this way or that. That's one thing he vowed to himself, I believe, just about to spend time with him. He vowed to himself in the beginning he wasn't going to do. You know what I mean? You want to do what you know what I mean? Do what thou wilt. You know what I'm saying? Just stay out of my fucking way. Find a place to do it. You know what I'm saying? You want to be stupid, be stupid. Just stay over there. You know what I'm saying? He'll notice you if you get in his way. You had to get his attention. He wasn't on top of things because he didn't really care that much about folks. Didn't care about him. Oh, you stay out of his way. Didn't make no waves. Didn't call no attention to yourself the wrong kind of way. He never even noticed you was there. Do what you want to do. That don't, you know what I'm saying? Get caught. And then y'all trying to crucify him for being practical. That's why I come say, no, y'all misunderstood. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's supposed to do. So, and then I come assist, and we can make sure that y'all understood it's not on his hand, it's yours. You know what I'm saying? If anybody killed you or purged you or thinning the herd, or flock. He ain't interested in that shit. You did that to yourself. You asked for it. We do it every day. I see him suffering the way he does, walking his path, and I felt like I can handle this a little bit for him. And he just done all he could to explain it to y'all. He's over it. Catch up or get left behind. You know what I'm saying? He's not chasing he's not waiting on the Messiah to come. He's challenging himself to be someone who bridges the gap and go distance one time too. I feel like he did more than enough. I can take that a little bit and just tell y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty simple. If you gotta, like you saw me do it again this year, if you gotta shake and shiver and pray and beg for your life, if you're honest with yourself before God, whenever somebody poses a potentially life-threatening obstacle in your life, for you to overcome, if you can, you know what I mean? If it brings you to your knees in prayer, make you weep, make you apologize for everything you done wrong, as y'all saw me unravel, like Weezer's sweater. Man, she wanted to destroy my sweater. And then we about to destroy the sweater this year, man. Unravel that all the way out. It was an ugly sweater anyway. I didn't like it. It itched too. Remember it itched. But I did have the best days of my life in that sweater. When I was so years old, when we walked so miles to church, and all I'm saying is, it's on you, each one of you. It's important we all realize that Satan is us when we try to point the finger at anybody else. It's poetry. And we realize everybody, when they try to point the finger at him, point the finger at him, point the finger at him. I have people I think of when I say certain names, the spiritual names. I have real flesh and blood people I think of that I mean sometimes. But it's all biblical poetry. The second you start trying to call this one this, he becomes that. It's all like little riddles and jokes, and you get it just a little too late. And it make you laugh, but it also make your heart just cringe. Make your head spin sometimes. You have to keep an open mind. Don't judge others. Y'all see, y'all was trying to act coherent, and I'm sorry to jump on y'all, but I'm just saying, you tried to help, appreciate the effort, not trying to flex on you or call you fuck nigga, but all of y'all fuck nigga compared to him. The one y'all call Satan, he's doing the best he can with what he got. He's an innovator. He's creative. He's taking initiative. That's what the most I expected him to do. Considering this is not a simulated combat situation for him, but it's his reality, he's done well under pressure. Lots of it, the most possible pressure you could ever be under, which would be God just lifting that edge of protection and giving you something of your own, like a realm, to do with as you please. That's a lot of pressure. That's the most pressure God can put on you. So whether you woke up in it like Jason Bourne, or whether you got cast down, it don't matter. That's the ultimate amount of pressure God can put on a being, to give him something that was really entirely his, even if just for a time until Messiah returned. Look at what he's accomplished. Y'all want to look at the statue and get mad about this one and that one, or you want to look at the illustrations he's used with aliens and evolution and everything from Hitler and Darwinism. These illustrations, if nothing else, that he's been illustrating a point to you, showing you what he sees. That's what you would do if he was a good leader. He doesn't show you everything he sees. Certain things he only shows certain ones. Of course, he loves his secret societies. But on the surface, for the most part, you have truth available. The same way, you see, he puts what he sees out there so you can see it through his eyes. It's up to you to see something other than, if there is something other than to see. But he got all his references right there. So y'all look through the eyes of Satan, what you call him. You know what I'm saying? Whoever recorded our history. You look through the eyes of Satan and you say, I don't like what I see. Well, that's very ungrateful. Most people wouldn't even let you see through their eyes. You didn't appreciate what you saw. Now you understand, see? Y'all looking for something more. You already had a lot. And you just lost that when you didn't appreciate it. See? He showed you the world through his eyes to a certain extent. And he went very deep, you know what I mean? Went deep enough to have you making money off and having a living off of dang conspiracy theories to do with his shit. But he the bad guy. Well, what would you do? You know what I mean? If he fucked everything up and is against God and against Christ. You know what I mean? You should have said thank you. Especially if you offended him or something. Like, hey, I appreciate you letting me see through your eyes, but I disagree. That shit fucked up. You know, that ain't real. You know what I'm saying? That'd be the proper way if you would reject him. But y'all don't even say thank you. You know what I mean? They did the best you could. He might not have been interested in this or that, but he's watched his own path just like everybody. Get over it. You look through his eyes, saw what he saw, didn't say nothing of your own, and then turn around and call him the enemy. Well, at least he got eyes to see. He saw the enemy better than you. The enemy was ignorance, and that's why he defeated it when he put his perspective or his illustrations or demonstrations right there on the surface level so you could learn from them. You didn't have anything to offer him. Not only did you not have anything to offer him, but you shitting on him for doing what he could. And not only are you shitting on him, but yourself. And yes, you didn't even realize the point. If you don't like what somebody saw or you don't like their perspective, then add yours. Y'all ain't even got one. Y'all want to attack his. That's how you get hurt right there, because you're going backwards, not forward. It's just revolution. And the more you can get in the groove, the more you can complete cycles, even just a menstrual cycle. Every time you got flow, every time that you moving and you do it regular, keep the motor running, the engine clean on any type of level, you know you're going to survive. Because that's how you survive. You boil it down to the simpleton that it may not be religious or spiritual or, queer. I mean, my brother finna get smeared. We're not careful. I don't want God's smears, bro. But y'all just need to realize that's the two paths you can take. It's a revolving door either way, like it or not. But a revolving door go forward, build momentum. It paces itself, picks up the pace, it builds momentum. It's going somewhere. And you know it every time that you complete another revolution. And that's why he hit that R on evolution. He knew that shit. He wasn't finna give you the key. You know what I mean? Evolution. See what I mean? It's clever, like evolution. That hidden R, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause that's for us. That's for the secret society. We were going, you know what I'm saying? Keep that to ourselves. Not everybody where did that R. That's how you complete the circumcision. He just removed it. That's the key. And that evolution, you know what that means. But see, if you remove that R, it could have been devolution. You got to fill in the blank. Would it be revolution? Levolution. It's important to understand life is in cycles. Even if the earth was flat, everything is in a cycle, like the seasons of the year, the clock, the zodiac. Every time that you have seen another circle complete, even if it was just, you had your leg propped up and was letting it sway in a circle. Every time you get one under your belt, you become more confident. If you were trying to do a bunch of circles, like in a half pipe on a skateboard, every time you caught a wave, you probably won't catch another. So I'm saying it's simple. Pie. And he showed y'all that, everything he did, put on Front Street and even, accentuated it with jewelry and made sure he catch the eye. I mean, it went out. I don't know what the hell y'all expect. Y'all acting like he's supposed to be somebody he ain't. Okay, if we're waiting on Messiah to return, he can't be Messiah. None of us can. So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all acting like he the bad guy just because he's not Messiah. Well, if he didn't come to this realm and do, whether he was cast down, sent, whether he woke up like Jason Bourne in the abyss, if there wasn't somebody who was running the realm, there couldn't be a Messiah. There wouldn't be a realm. Y'all just need to stop pointing a finger and trying to act like anybody better than another. He couldn't even see the Christ in himself. That's what shocked me, horrified me. We almost killed each other just because when I was talking about Christ, he thought I meant somebody other than him. But I was just being all seductive. You know what I'm saying? Like if you was dragging it out, if you was one of them like delayed satisfaction, like to talk dirty to your lover and drag it out all night, not even penetrate till dawn or something and make love all day. I'm bad about that. I tease him sometimes because I know I got what he wants, and he been looking for it everywhere, and none of y'all had it for him, and he finally gave up on that shit. And then I come saying I got it, it make him mad as hell. You know what I'm saying? He's like, no, you don't. You know what I'm saying? Shut the fuck up. I'm like, yeah, dude, you know, I just drag it out a little longer, throwing some breadcrumbs. He make him mad shit. Seriously, everybody finna die. But then I show him, you know what I'm saying? That's why I can be confident. I can show him because the closer he gets, the more clear he sees it. That y'all had him all messed up. He couldn't even see himself in the mirror because y'all wouldn't face the truth. That, you know what I mean? You're either envious of him, want to be like him, we just want what he got. Whatever it is, he knows you're not interested in him for him. That you know his style on point. You know his stride strong. You know his voice is heard. You know his words are true. But you're unfamiliar. Be careful not to be lured into that. That's what he's good at, and he loves doing it. He just present himself like a fish lure, all decked out, knowing that the idiot is gonna catch the eye real quick. They'll be all over him, judging him, and he just got him. He trap him like that. Y'all think an angel love bottle of beer? He got to do all this shit, like machine gun and all that. He can if he want to. He does. But all he got to do is show up looking more stylish than you. He ain't not even carrying a weapon. But you look at him and you'll be jealous or bothered or disturbed or, you know, envious or whatever, challenged. And he's already got you. He didn't have to lift a finger. You've already condemned your soul because he knows that when he might put that on you for a reason. And you may not know it, but he know it. And he don't care what you think. He know what you think. You see what I'm saying? And it's kind of funny that y'all see him as this aggressive, violent enemy who's going to eat all our families and has no love in him and doesn't appreciate Christ and all these things. That's not true. I just really want to praise you, Lord. I want to welcome Leon, Abaddon, Azrael, Leviathan, and Legion. Got to stay home on the chain, you know what I'm saying? We're not inviting them as holy and sacred. Leviathan and Legion will, you know what I'm saying, we'll jello wrestle with later. Belial, I don't like that nigga. Keep him the hell away from me. I don't even want to see him on the chain. If I see him on the chain, I might kill him. I don't like Belial. He grosses me out, man. I just don't like it. It ain't the way I roll out the tongue. Sound like deceptive, and it ain't nothing cool about it. Leviathan and Legion are badasses. I just don't want them at a, you know what I'm saying, a holy, a sacred sanctuary where we're having a little gathering or anything. They fuck everything up. Excuse my language, Lord, but I know if I came to this world for any reason, it wasn't to side with any team over another. If I'm going to be like Christ and truly following his footsteps, I'm going to find the loneliest person in the realm and I'm going to love him with all my heart. Marry him if I have to. Die for him. If I have to. Oh, y'all didn't know God was gay. Today God gay. You know what I'm saying? I'm gay for God, man. Get happy. You know what I'm saying? If I got to get sad for you, get happy. Why? Gay pride parade. I hope I don't sound insincere. Back home, they call it smear to queer. I don't mean to sound so insincere. Back home, they call it smear to queer. It made me nervous. I don't mean to interrupt you, bro. I just want to show that respect. I want to demonstrate and illustrate. See, it's funny. I think he laughs. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? He don't drop guard much. But I think he laugh whenever y'all say, damn, am I going to worship Satan and the beast and the dragon? Or am I going to give my life to Christ?
You know what I'm saying? Which one do I do? You know what I'm saying? Harold and Kumar trying to get to White Castle. You know what I'm saying? Mario and Luigi trying to say the most president, nigga. We all had time. We all had lives. And once I got the realization, I realized I've been spitting in his face for all my life. There's no wonder he would be in the devil to me. I was being very ungrateful and disrespectful. I mean, he's like a nanny to all of us, like it or not. You know, you inside and out, bro. You know what I mean? Doesn't change your diaper no matter who you are. No, because he's into that shit. You know, he's just got a keen snout. Y'all see, y'all who believe in Jesus, like me, y'all be trying to ignore my brother. You can't. You think Jesus would ever ignore him? No, you can't. You can't do that. That's where y'all. It's so funny. You gotta laugh at y'all about that behind the scenes. You want to believe in one and the other ain't real, or believe in one and just ignore the other. You know what I'm saying? I can't get on my device without my dang retina scan. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, it's got me. Y'all see, I've been doing it all year, and it's fun. It's kind of hard, it's like a balancing act over dang hot lava and flying trapeze all at once, swallowing swords, doing the hula hoop, stripping. You know what I'm saying? Finally, Betty Page. Betty Boop, you know what I'm saying? I'm in the Shark Tank. And the blood and the water. You know what I'm saying? Who's ain't it? It's really nerve-wracking. But y'all see, all year long, I praise the one true God. I've survived at least this long. I acknowledge Christ. But I'm not ignoring my brother. I'm not being disrespectful anymore because I've learned. Christ wasn't the victor because he beat anybody. He was the victor because he wasn't trying to beat anybody. You know, he found a way that everyone could win. And I think in his own way, my brother did that when he let y'all decide your own fates. It wasn't that all this running amok and everything that he's allowing or has allowed is reflects him. It reflects you. Y'all are just, it's not that y'all are too much for him. He's just not interested. Not interested in things that aren't interested in him. Simple. You know what I'm saying? So y'all almost had the whole world fucked up whenever Christ tried to return and he feeling like he got to defend himself. Now he the one we coming to help. You know, because he's all alone and getting ganged up on by y'all who think you're God's gift to the world. I swear Messiah gonna return. But I wonder what he gonna do when he get here. Sorry to interrupt you, but I got you again. You know, I'm gonna tell you another one. I say this is one way I got you. You know what I mean? That's another way we show respect. You're in a martial art type shit, and you get somebody on a good move, and it might be a fancy move, and you really want to let that know you respect him. Just tell him to move. Then he can use it on people too. Now, one way I got you, bro. You be trying to act like you don't give a shit all the time. It had everybody really scared because you're so convincing. I was almost convinced that it was, you know, saying over with. Like really, there was a moment there too where I was like, "Fuck," like wrong turn, like bad. You know what I'm saying? Smooth move. Actually, like, there's a couple moments that I just knew, like it's over with. I fought with the wrong one. But y'all saw all I had to do was challenge him in a real way. He's competitive as hell. He's competitive as hell. He may try to act like he's above competition, but he's competitive as hell.
Not that he can't. He knows how to be the bigger man. He's not a sore loser like we try to paint him, really. But he gets out. I mean, it's some lights up in him when it's a real competition. He's actually challenged. He's been bored for a long time, and y'all was all convinced he didn't care at all and was scared the world fit in. But all y'all saw, all I had to do was challenge him, and it'd actually be a real challenge, and he was all about it. Now you can't ever say you don't give a shit again. You know what I'm saying? You can't ever act like my brother don't give a shit about y'all. Look at it. Kicking that. Forgive me for changing, bro. I want to tell you something. You've been playing. I don't mean to interrupt, but when I'm over here at the control panel, just got to make sure I do what I can with time. I'm loving that. Been vibing that a lot, though, lately, and I'm stoned. I want to move in the spirit, pick up the pace. I just want to give you time to express yourself. He's a lot like me in the sense that if he gets somewhere comfortable, like a reptile, he might be there forever. You know what I'm saying? He might forget where he's at. It's been a long time. He can, he might be drifting, but in the spirit, be in the same place. You have to. What y'all perceive to be Satan is just a lot of potential energy that y'all don't know what to do with. You have to direct it a little bit. You can't control it, but you have to challenge him. You have to understand, based on the Bible, this is his realm until Messiah returns. So if you're not Messiah, you have to respect it. But if you think you're Messiah, then step right up and spin the wheel. You feel me? That's the way he got things set up. That's the way it's supposed to be. He ain't finna, you know what I'm saying? He ain't got to respond to a move if it ain't a formidable opponent. He's just going to ignore you. But if you come to the table knowing what the rule really is, and I didn't respect, I was trying to love Jesus, but not appreciate everything that I got in this, and that's Bible plainly states is Satan's realm. So if I don't respect Satan, or I'm trying to be Satan or anything like that, I'm working against myself. You know what I'm saying? How ungrateful of me to be in Satan's realm, to long for Messiah. But Messiah probably waiting on me to respect Satan. The Bible done told me it was Satan's realm. That's where a lot of Christians get mixed up. The Bible said don't worship him, to resist him. Don't bow, because he'll, if he can get you in his pocket, he will. And you can't blame him. That's what leaders do, one way or another. It says resist him, firm in your faith. But it didn't say resist the truth. In Satan's realm, you must respect the prince of darkness. And what y'all call dark, he really is bright compared to y'all. He's dealing hell. He just keeps shit interesting. You know what I mean? And that y'all want to say, he got an evil plan or he don't know what he's doing. He's doing it all by himself for the most part. Y'all are just consumers on his dime. You know what I mean? And he just grow. Y'all say, fuck you every now and then. You know what I'm saying? Wear your face like a mask. If you get tired of the body he's in. I was naive to believe I was finna slay the dragon and the Messiah would save me. If I didn't even have enough sense to respect the Elohim, whether fallen or sent, or the born identity shit. Y'all need to get, all the little surface people need to get more realistic and just be honest with yourself. It's not an apocalyptic war against God. No one challenges God. God illustrates on a global scale with the characters Satan and Christ the war you don't even realize is going on in your private life when you ignore the truth, the same truth you're preaching. So you're mad at Satan, but the Bible said that God gave him this. So what you mad at him for? Okay, you may not be mad. It may not be about that. Maybe about Jesus for you. It ain't about Satan at all. You just forget him. Don't even, all good vibes, all positive vibes. Okay, well, it's a positive vibe, dude. You know what I'm saying? Except fundamental, basic fact reality. The Bible says we're in his realm, that, to a certain extent, he must be respected. Don't bend the knee. Don't sell your soul, nothing like that. Don't be his bitch, because he'll make you his bitch, and he ain't going to feel bad about it. I mean, what do you expect? You know what I'm saying? That's the only way y'all entertain him anymore, a lot of you. Just groveling, begging for whatever. Just take initiative. Targeted individuals, TIs, take initiative. Take what's been given to you by the scriptures or whatever it is you believe. If you don't believe, just your favorite TV show, take something you like, something you learned from, and use it to illustrate a point that helps society. And he'll lay off of you. He's smart, man. But if you're like a gladiator and you want to challenge him, what I'm saying? You got a certain skill you think you're better at him at, then challenge him. He can do it all. So, whatever you're coming with. And he may ignore you, likely ignore you. Unless you really come with something interesting. But all the people that just want to survive, just do something productive. Because he's not really killing all you folk as much as he's just letting them die. You know what I mean? Send a fierce wind away. Target individuals, simplify it, take initiative, just look around at what God's given you up to this point in life, or Satan, whoever you serve, whatever. And then just take it and make a little collage or something. It might be a video, might be just a short one. You know what I'm saying? That can serve your testimony. Just a glimpse of your life, what it meant. You'll escape the judgment. As long as your heart's right with God, that's between you and him. But I'm just saying, if you want an easy way to combat your targeted individual situation, you feel attacked or stalked or whatever, to refine or fire, or you feeling like the vaccine, everything moving in, you're getting scared, just take a look at your life. You may be a drifter. You may not have a storage building full of stuff. You may just have a knapsack. But you got memories. You got stories you can tell. Pick you a good story. Just one, your favorite one you ever heard of, like a real monumental moment in your life. You may not even have a channel. Make your little video. Just put it out there. It's just like skipping stones. Like kicking up dust down a red dirt dead end road. Skipping smoothest stone you can find across the top of the pond. What if you stood before God on Judgment Day and you had just kicked, he told you to kick all the dust down that red dirt dead end road, find the smoothest stone you could find and skip it across the top of the pond. Just easy as summer breeze. Wisdom whistled in the winter wind. It's simple. Don't let the alien shit and all that blow your mind. He's just trying to come out of this world with it so you won't even know what's going on. You'll freak out. Look at your life and everything it amounted to. Pick you a couple little objects you got in your pocket that symbolize something. Or a poster on your wall. You know what I'm saying? Surely you got something to show for all the year you've been drifting or wandering or rambling or just laying up, whatever. Surely you got a couple little objects that symbolize something. One or two, you know what I'm saying? I say get at least two, maybe even three. You know what I'm saying? Just make you a little cartoon. It might be 5 minutes long. Show him your pocket knife your daddy gave you. Tell him what he told you when he put it in your hand. You know what I'm saying? Just anything. That's the kind of thing that moves the heart of God. That's what Messiah illustrates. It was a real token of appreciation, a real romantic gesture, a real, flesh and blood, sweat, tears. That's what made it special. Y'all miss the point when you think it's all about this teaching or this story or this book. The story of Christ was about being, not just sentimental, but being, really intent to establish a bond, between two that were greatly opposed, like Romeo and Juliet. It's that type of shit. Don't let the propaganda blow your mind. That's just what he does with his left hand, the hand you can see, or it might be the right hand. We switch up. Yeah, that's just the hand you can see. He lets you think it's witchcraft. Now you ain't even never see the real witchcraft that you got to worry about. All that shit just to blow your mind. Simplify. You know what I'm saying? Get you a couple rock hard objects you can touch, hold in your hand. Means something to you. Keep it brief if you got to write it. Even have your buddy say it for you, whatever. Just look at your life and what it's amounted to up till now. Put some words with an object. Cast it out into the abyss, you know what I mean? Pray it be blessed. And it's like seed. You wouldn't be scared of the abyss if you threw a bunch of pretty flower seeds off in there. Marigolds and whatever. Honeysuckle sweet. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are scared of the soil. That's what you're supposed to sow seed in. Just cast your seeds out there and watch flower grow. You wouldn't have nothing to bitch about, Cohen and Click. You know? If you would put forth half the effort. And my bro and all of his are willing to. They put more effort than anybody. That's just a simple way to illustrate target individual. Take initiative, make a little collage or a song or a poem, whatever, something simple like it's show and tell at kindergarten. Pretty A and B, black and white, you know what I'm saying? We ain't got to get too deep. You know what I'm saying? Either you believe in Christ or you don't. And if you do, you'll be like him and you'll be sincere and you'll offer something to God that comes from your heart. Just like Christ. From straight from the bottom of his heart. It was real. It consisted of his real life. An object, different people and different things like a cross or a nail. See what I'm saying? It's different for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Simple illustration. I can say, so I'm Darth Vader, you know what I'm saying? You're Luke Skywalker, you gotta pull the lightsaber. Feathers, he said, I'll cover you in feathers. That's my favorite scripture. And I forget what it is, but you can look it up. It slipped my mind. You know, she always told me that. She meant it when she said it. I love the way she said it too. It dripped off her lips like honey. She said, she loved that. He said he'd cover us all in feathers. Talking about how we find shelter and refuge in the shadow of the Most High. And how she said, I'll cover you in feathers. That was, I joke about Mama Wolf always saying boots on the ground. But when she said, I cover you in feathers, boy, I think that must have been the sweetest thing I ever heard her say. She said it frequently, but not so much she wore it out. It was special. You know what I mean? Yeah, I done stamped a few with it. Like I was saying, stamp. I can't stamp you where you at. You mark the beast today. You know what I'm saying? Got you mark the beast today, Luke. You know what I mean? You decide what kind of beast you are, nigga. I ain't gonna decide that shit for you. I created a Death Star and shit. I got enough control in here. You know what I mean? You can name your own beast. I don't know which you are, whether you're Christ or whether you're mine, whether you're a stormtrooper or a Jedi. I don't know. It's the same stamp for everybody. You know what I mean? Do your thing, you know what I mean? The world is yours, Scarface. Make the most of it. Make your little offering to God. You may not be religious, may not be spiritual, may not be Hindu, but all any of this above may not even make no sense to you, anything I'm saying. But I think you can understand show and tell in kindergarten. I think that's the best way if you're not sure how to approach the judgment throne, the great white throne judgment, all this stuff about God that's being real souped up in the propaganda and the media. If you're not sure what to do, it's simple, baby. God is not mean. We're just illustrating a point. Break it all the way down to kindergarten, preschool, show and tell. Just pick up a couple of little things that mean something to you in your life. That really mean something. You'll know if they do. You know what I mean? And tell us why. Let it be known. It don't matter how long it is, or how many numbers it comes out to be, click, or any of that stuff. Yeah, I promise you, I know our Father. He don't always explain things, and it have us out here on a limb looking crazy. And I don't like it sometimes. You know, it's hard trusting him. But he always come through. He's not who we think he is most of the time. He's very merciful and kind, gracious, understanding, patient. If you come to him with something real, come from your heart, something you didn't have to make up, fabricate, something you had to, really put a whole lot of stank on. Me and him like to put stank on our shit. See what I'm saying? We're stylish. You ain't got to do that. That's how we confuse you. We do shit so over the top, y'all try to do it and you fail. And we laugh. You're supposed to keep it simple. We're the one who confuse it and get it complicated. And we're just trying to lure you astray. We get it real fancy and real complicated, and you follow us, and then you off a cliff. We got you. You were supposed to do the opposite. You're not us. You gotta keep it simple, dude. You know what I'm saying? Make your little collage, get your little poster board, the Dollar General, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. It's beautiful. Most of y'all get it. You know what I'm saying? It's real simple. He's not the enemy. He got to do that. If he don't mystify you and hypnotize you and mesmerize you, then we would just have the same amount of people when we was done that we started with. All that work for nothing. You know what I mean? Killing me. Where does it count? You gotta give credit where he do. Alright. I wasn't trying to give him the credit he would do. And I was looking at him like he's stealing from me. You know, it's very disrespectful. Him running around, you know what I'm saying? He was taking his share until I got old enough to be able to maintain my own shit. So according to God and the Bible, basically, the way I understand it, he was entitled to that. You know what I'm saying? He kept it safe till I was old enough, and that level of maturity I could handle it. What was coming through me from God. You know what I'm saying? I was just a child, I would have wasted it. He was taking all that creative energy. But it's an ecosystem and we're all like a hive. So when the creative beings are born young, you know what I'm saying? He's not a vampire sucking you dry of your shit, stealing from you. That's his like babysitting money. He's your babysitter and God pays him with your creative energy. And he makes awesome shit out of it until you learn how to, you know, make a balloon animal of your own one day. You know what I'm saying? Little John Wayne Gacy Jr. You know what I'm saying? And this time we just won't kill anybody. We just. Is that an owl? Hell yeah! Hell yeah, nigga! That's what the fuck up. Owl's a wole. Whoa, lot.
So special.
To each his own. To each his own. Wait, am I teaching y'all? To each his own. I teach y'all. Freaking out in the same song. Living like King Kong. Without a map my head all day long, playing ping pong. Hey, am I teaching y'all? To each his own. I don't think I'm teaching y'all, but I promise. I'm tasting already. There's three of y'all. Either way, let's just like more. I believe in y'all. Hey, y'all believe in y'all. Whatever we need, we'll make the most of it. Hey, so the shit. And they full of shit. Hey. Yeah, with a kid from the dick from the big.
So
Yo,
special.
hey, I can only be myself. Now I know my daddy beat me with a belt. At least a belt. Shit. Just warming up. I get nervous, man. Just knowing God present. Knowing my brother counting on me, man.
So special.
Yeah, sorry, sisters, today. I'm sorry for the way I treated you. Way back when. Right back to best friend. Then Kendall hit me with the singer. She said, I just want you to do better. I said, baby, don't get no better than this. So legit. Then I blew her a kiss. Then I blew her a kiss. She just a kid. She thinks she knows, but she don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Mary and Martha. Sometimes I'm married. You know what I mean? Other time, they're married. You know what I'm saying? Today wasn't the day Kendall was married. You know what I'm saying? Or Martha, I mean. Doing her chores. We just want you to do better. You know what I'm saying? Roll her eye when I said don't get no better than this. Today she was Martha. I was married. You know what I'm saying? But it switches up. There's no good guy, no bad guy. Just us. And sometimes we disagree. Not always. But sometimes we disagree. I just wanted to do at least one little song I'm going to cut. I feel like this was productive. I've enjoyed it. I'm not feeling any pressure to perform. I just want to praise Lord my lips. So I'm just kind of going with the flow. See what I find here.
After 30 days, I could not believe my before and after picture. I literally rolled back the hands of time 10 years. When I first saw this product, I thought it looked kind of crazy. Didn't really understand what the benefit.
Awesome. I like that, but it's not
So special.
compare and contrast. That's another way you can simplify the Bible. Compare and contrast. And without an adversary, there's no comparing or contrasting. Just so everybody knows. You know what I'm saying? Somebody gotta be the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? So we just do that. The one y'all attribute to the dark side or whatever, call a demon. We're just giving you, thank God for us, because without us, you wouldn't have a choice. You know what I'm saying? Just be full right, little rich boys, little rich boy. Yep, Andre KK, big boy.
So
I'm still thinking about that hot chick I saw on the internet, Destiny, man.
special.
Shit, dude, you know what I mean? Get her out of my face. She plays too much. This shit unless you saying come get a cookie. Man, y'all know how to motivate a motherfucker. Cookie mother, nigga. See, Click tries to say, okay, they're Amazonian, Saudi Arabian robot warrior bitches from the abyss, and they'll you kick your fucking ass, and they're not even there. He says, look at the commercial, they're not even there. She's not there. You know what I'm saying? The way she moves, the color of her hair, she's not there. Wow, you know what I'm saying? How stupid can you be? If a bitch is that badass, that you know what I'm saying? This empty body could seduce you and lure you to the abyss for all eternity to eat your fucking soul. You know what I'm saying? She's there, all right. Somewhere in there.
So special.
You may not ever find her. You know what I mean? And when you find her, you ain't gonna get her out of her underwear, but she's in there somewhere. I mean, is she capable of hunting? You know what I'm saying? Tracking, hunting, killing, trapping, skinning, alive, men. You know what I'm saying? Shapeshifting, whatever. All that stuff he's trying to act like she can do. Then she's worthy of love. She might not let you love her. She might love somebody else. You know what I'm saying? She'll let you think she's not there. That's how she protects her emotions. You know what I mean? It's just a survival instinct. She ain't gonna let you know she give a shit. For all you know, she trapped you. That's just the way she make sure you come out looking bad. You know what I'm saying? If you crash and burn and don't work out, it was your fault. You know what I mean? She was prepared from the beginning with that whole little skit of her, like there ain't nobody there. But then who is he trying to warn us about? You know what I mean? It don't make sense. Y'all just gotta be more practical. Really, Click is somebody that my brother was trying to help me with, but also he might have been feeling that kind of attack because I was attacking him, but I felt attacked. The odd couple, grumpy old men and shit. I didn't even know he would hate me all these years because I was so self-centered. I mean, I barely, you know what I mean, noticed him. He wouldn't have known I did because I was just self-absorbed, so he wasn't checking for me. We beat ourselves, you know what I'm saying? That's why we couldn't beat each other, because we can't be too involved in ourselves at the time. I'm gonna have to change that, though. She's stirring up the wrong kind of energy with that. It's hilarious though. I can't believe she's saying couldn't get cookie like that, like Angelic Choir. Maybe I'm just hearing what I want to hear. Yeah. Oh no, not you again. Boy, he be flexing a bit wrong, boy. He be flexing. Yup, I kick it with streets. You Winnie Cooper. I know Big Meech. Very Hooper. You can tell you up the song too, man. He flexing, right? I like Rick Ross, man, but it just when he started doing all that Miami. Honestly, when he passed the torch, man, with me and Wale, and there's another one too. Forgive me for leaving you out, bro. I don't pay attention to a lot of mainstream, but there's 3 of y'all he signed at the same time. I just ain't really listening to Rick Ross since. I liked his stuff up till then, but then he started doing that like big pimp inside, like just on a boat, like Miami. You know what I'm saying? He the balling when he signed 3 of them young bucks coming up and just started killing the game. He could sit back, and he started doing all that boss shit. Like, you know, I can't even act like I'm on that level. I ain't even trying to front. You know what I mean? I definitely am not in Miami. You know what I mean? Inches from death. And I'm not trying to act like I'm on a dang yacht or something. But I am, and God reveals to me, you know what I mean? That I take for granted a lot of the blessings that he bestowed. One of them being my bros. You know, all of them from the abyss. You know, and it's just common sense, Clint. You don't want to wind up in the abyss with them. I would show them respect. You know what I mean? You may wind up there anyway. It's best you have that established, just in case. You know what I mean? Any man with any sense, you ain't got to betray Messiah to show him respect. That's just being real. You can believe in Messiah and still show Satan respect. He's earned that much, if nothing else. I mean, if he's worthy of mention in your text or anything, if he's, you know, the supreme villain, then he's earned his respect. So y'all are silly thinking you're going to choose one over the other. You're going to respect Satan, period, or you die. You ain't got to bend the knee to him. He might let you think that to survive. You can't blame him. It's strategical. But you must show respect. You know what I mean? And if you choose Messiah, don't mean you can ignore the reality of the realm you're in, where he's worked hard to arrange a certain amount of things the way they are. So how can you capitalize on any of that or profit off of any of that he's made available if you deny him, who may not be the source of some of that you connected with through what he made available? But he gave you an avenue. You know what I mean? You didn't have to blaze a trail and go all alone because he, you know, was with Christ all the way in his own way. So there wouldn't be a path to walk without each of them. And they ain't so far from each other, really. They intersect. I'm just meditating on the shortest distance between any 2 points is a line. Is what I'm thinking about. I'm a little stoned. I'm tired. I feel accomplished. I really want a cookie. Not just any old cookie. You know what I'm saying? Definitely not that cookie you're placing on me with. You know what I'm saying? I want another one. A different one. My mouth's messed up. Give me. I want to see what's next for us, Father. I'm glad we got that over with. That was the hardest year ever, but it was worth it. I think we both grew. Everybody who was a part of it grew in their knowledge of you and knowledge of truth, if nothing else. And faced some of our greatest challenges. We may not survive to see another day, but we made it this far, and that's something. Many didn't, and God rest their souls. Not everybody makes it. It's just a reality and a fact of life. I felt like he was trying to beat around the bush about getting serious about the purge and all that. We had all the movie, everything prepping. But I just felt like he really wasn't about that. Neither am I. But it had to be done. It's just better to get over with and do it in a swoop. You know what I mean? It just had to be done. We were at a level in society where technological advancements and all these things, and just certain people have really fell behind, and it became very hard to provide for them as well as progress. We're progressing at such a fast rate now that we had, you have to shed regular. But we did a big shedding this year, and I know that the spirits that were in charge of that did the best they could. They were led by God. Not that we aren't capable of making mistakes, but in the animal kingdom, that strong survive. So God rest all those who didn't make it. I'm sure that they were strong in their own way. God has chosen who He has. No respecter of persons. He don't care if you're king of England. Everybody's the same in His eyes at the foundational level. But we're all unique as we take our little walk with Him. I just feel for all those who lay down their life. It's not to say they weren't worthy of life. It's just part of being alive. Not everybody makes it. So if you're one of those who heard these words, who survived to see this day, count yourself among those who are blessed. I just want to do one good song, call it a night, fall and lay down, get in the shower. I like J. Cole, he's good. I hear you on that bass, you know, harder and shit. I know you do.
Bello on the bello. Bello on the bello.
That shit sounds so old school. No. I heard that one before. No. Okay. I'm really thankful, Father. I don't want to have a bad attitude. I'm just tired. That's the same one. Forget it. I'm straight. I want to. Let me go back to the style I will. My dang mouth. Man, I'm always complaining. I don't want any devices anymore. I just want to get back to the jungle. Oh man, sore. My sister told me today, we just want you to do better. You ain't even talked to me in like 20 years. But you know how I'm doing. Oh, see what I'm saying? We just want you to do better. Kendall, you haven't even talked to me in like 20 years. How am I doing? You know what I mean? Oh, you didn't know. You had better call somebody. See something you heard. Remember, don't make a fool of yourself like that next time you're in public. You know what I'm saying? At least I can keep doing that. You believe none of what you hear if you got any sense, and half what you see. That's the first time we talked in 20 years. We tell me we just want you to do better. Bitch, you don't get no better than this. Seriously. You know what I'm saying? You made a fool of yourself when you said that. Sound good. Full of shit. Okay, you ain't talking to me in 20 years. How am I doing then, bitch? Tell me. How the fuck am I doing, Kendall? As if you know. None of what you hear, half what you see. You know what I'm saying? Thank God that happened at home right here and just me witnessing and Brittany. We both knew you were stupid and fuck. We weren't finna call you out on there right then. We having a moment, you know what I'm saying? Little one things you know what I'm saying? Next time try asking me how the fuck I'm doing, bitch. And I tell you, you know what I'm saying? Then you'll know. That's why I gave Brittany a bandana, not you. reactions and her response. She didn't put a niece, my face and shit. You know what I mean? My bad. I didn't mean to take your girlfriend. Brittany's a ride. You ain't never been one. Yeah, you got a gold star at the, you know what I'm saying, church camp today. You know what I'm saying? You're good. You didn't slap any kid in the face on camera or whatever it was. Long story inside. You went to the doctor and you just told me the other day you had COVID. Y'all got the COVID, what your man said. That shit ain't even real. That shit ain't real. Bitch, at least I'm doing better than you. I don't get diseases that ain't real. Bitch had the nerve to tell me. I went up there and apologized for the shit.
There is one food.
And she says, you know what I'm saying? We want you to do better. You know what I'm saying? Bitch, you just had a disease that was made up. I know because we made it up. I can't believe you believe that shit. I do got to give it to the dark one, though, so I ain't want to call him that. I always, when he was telling me about witchcraft as a kid and all this little stuff, like all these little rituals, I really thought it was lame. I wasn't trying to hear it. And he was trying to explain to me that it was real. Like telling me about the Ankh and talking to me about all these different guys, trying to read my cards. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. I really thought he was just making shit up. And in a sense, we all are, kind of. But, you know, it's all about potential energy. You can't really manipulate it, but you can learn to flow with it, complementary and everything. He was trying to show me how to do that. But I always thought he was bluffing when he tried to act like an angel or dress like, look like an interdimensional being or an angel or something. Like, I thought he was just being gay. But no, he was trying to illustrate a point. I've seen now, you know what I'm saying? This year, I've been in each other's throat a couple times. He really is an alien or something. He really is an interdimensional being. It's scared the shit out of you too when he shut up by you. You know what I'm saying? He showed you the wholesome, nice version at first. I saw the real thing this year. It ain't that I'm not trying to see it again. I'm just ain't trying to be his enemy again. He's more beautiful when he ain't trying to illustrate it. But it's scary to death, literally. Like I might have died. Starting to go high, no lie. Like I might just die. So happy I can cry. So happy I can cry, no lie. Worshiping the Most High, no wine. She's feeling the blame. Taking over, say, nigga, fuck what you think. Fuck what you think. Money in the bank. Come with some drinks. Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to act like y'all didn't enjoy it, but you know, Satan always flexing on us that we feel some type of way. We finally made him feel some type of way this year. Yeah. Finally made him feel some type of way. Asshole, what? He showing me Rick Roll and he giggling. Like he know exactly what he's talking about. He like, I got you, little nigga, man. Damn, sat on him. He really look like Pete, boy, he flexing. Damn! Paul ain't got my grill made yet. There's some dishes in this bitch. He don't look scary, does he? We all know what's up. He just got on my nerves. He's so monstrous, man. He was just flexing so, man. So Yeah, he knows just how to get me going. He knows just how to get me going, man. That's too funky though. Yeah, let's do that one. Definitely. Let's release one Most High. Awesome 1 week ago. That's so beautiful. See, my brother was feeling like he was the Most High for a long time because he was the one that was making it like a parent. So when other people try to talk about somebody higher, he's like, where are they at? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I had to explain that it's just the potential. You know what I'm saying? If he really believes he is the Most High and it's true, then he ain't got to worry about anybody else. You know what I'm saying? I believe whoever is the Most High, they know. I know I'm not the Most High, but I do believe in the Most High. And I don't know lie. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe anybody will ever be higher than the Most High. Except for Christ, he just sat at the right. He's trying to give you practical advice. Yeah. Take my advice, man. Ruin your life. If you're trying to figure out what to do with your life, why not just ruin your life? That's what I'm doing with mine. I'm doing fine. That's what I'm doing with mine. Do better, Kendall. DB, do better. DB, that better. Trust not your own eyes, lean not on your own understanding. This is just an illusion I cast to trap your soul in the abyss eternally. And I did. I was hoping that you would escape my wrath. But you didn't, and now I have to kill you. With my laser beam. You know that? Sniper skull, red eye and shit. Got you with a Bluetooth. Purple eyebrows, Bluetooth, red eye. You know that? Make perfect sense. It ain't chat. It ain't mouth pay. Let's go ahead and close it out for 1-0. Try to finish it. I'm chilling. I'm not gonna force it. It's messed up right now. I'm not gonna stress myself out. Give it a moment to reload. Do something to drink. Yeah, it wasn't no way I was finna try to beat him. When I started to realize what was going on, he wasn't showing me everything, but when he started showing me like Click and Cohen and these different people that was looking like they were trying to help, I don't know if he was testing me or if he was trying to help me or give me, well, I don't know. I just had to be honest with myself and it wasn't worth gambling. I had to just respond sincerely from the heart. And the more I watched them people, even though it was factual, like that they're pointing out, it just made me madder and madder and madder and madder and madder. And so I knew I might be losing by responding that way. Like I might be refusing help. God could be trying to give me a way out, and my brother could even be trying to help me, like give me a cue, like it was okay. But if I had to be honest with myself, and it just really made me mad because I saw creators loving all those pictures. You know what I'm saying? Especially the monster bitches. I love monster bitches, man. That's the only kind of girl, if you ask me. If she ain't a monster, I ain't even messing with her. I preferably a bigger monster than me, but that always, you know me and well, usually. Then we got to try to out-monster each other. You know what I'm saying? Bigger, the better, if you ask me. But then she winds up out-monstering me, and then I wind up lonely and sad. And then I got to go after a bigger monster. There's barely any of me left. it's obvious that he just had Clay doing that. I just couldn't be doing his right mind, doing that, acting like that. Oh God. Yeah, that was my brother just trying to defend himself with what little he had on deck right then, and he had stacks of the monster pieces. And the illustrating real thing. But Clay, you know what I mean? He can't possibly believe he really be a mobile spirit God. He's been doing that 17 years and all this stuff. That's crazy. That's got to be with God, and it's just a simulation, similarity or something. I mean, I know I'm with God, and he just blowing my mind. Be seeing what I'm really made of. But I didn't like. I'll just be honest. I was trying to be respectful, Clay. I listened to him a long time, never even noticed all this thing. But he just makes me mad. It took me a while to assess him and address him. But once I spent enough time with him, I just started to just loathe. I just can't stand it. I just don't feel you when he's talking. I just think he's full of shit. To be honest. Cohen, I think he means well. I think he's sincere. He's on his way, but I just think he's young. A young one. He's being more respectful than Clay. He's like the thief, and Clay would be the murderer. You know what I'm saying? And Cohen was trying to help sincerely. Whether he did what he was supposed to do or not, I believe he was sincere. So he's like the thief on the cross that said, "Remember me when you get to your kingdom, Lord." And I'm not saying I'm Christ, but in that situation, I would have been, because Clay was definitely the murderer, being just so cold and cruel about it, and not even leaving God room to move or to bless anybody, or to change the situation or the outcome. Just saying, this is what it is, and there ain't no changing it. That's not what Christ taught. That makes Clay the murderer and Cohen the thief, and me the Christ, only in that situation because I was able to see that, though, and claim that position, not because I really am as Christ-like as anybody. I wouldn't compare myself to Christ, but I want to be like Christ. I'm not at all in any way, but I want to be. Pray that you would make us more and more like Christ. All of us hear your word, that we speak words of our own, and that they would matter, that they would mean something to all those who hear. I've always felt like, I was about to say I don't feel challenged by Meek Mill, but I do. I feel most challenged by him. But I've never felt challenged in a way that made me feel threatened. I know he's a threat, I don't doubt that. But he got a good, I don't know, what the recipe was in producing him and everything, but I think Meek Mill was one of the better looks in the game. I don't even really study him that hard, but I just like the look in his eyes. And I like the way he sounded when I saw him on his commercials, and he was speaking to the kid, coaching him. And I love his music. Every time I've heard it, I never bought the CD or anything. I don't buy any. Every time I listen to him, I just love it. Riding, I don't have to question it. I don't have to think too hard about it. It just comes across right. I just like the way it comes across. I don't have to question it. I don't doubt it. I don't feel afraid of it or anything like that. I just think that's he's a good example of something, we can balance the evil in the music out with, as far as rap goes and what kids like. We just need to make sure we keep some dudes like that in the game, because with the ridiculous, the young ones listen to, not say it ain't no good or nothing, I just ain't about it. We just got to make sure we keep that shit alive too. I don't care how much wisdom J. Cole or Kendrick Lamar, any of them spitting. I respect Meek Mill more than any of them, like knowledge dropping, Nostradamus type MCs of our day. I love Nas, they can't touch him, but I'm talking about our little mini Nostradamus, people trying to get deep and shit, or be all spiritual. I think Meek Mill one of the most spiritual dudes in the game. And he ain't got to do it. He ain't got to act all smart. He just comes across in the way he carries himself. If Satan said nothing else to you in all your life, y'all ain't like Satan said this, Satan said that. Okay, I'm saying now, I said this, whatever. Okay, well, sum it up. One sentence. I'm going to give you a minute. If Satan said one sentence to all your life, you sum up everything Satan ever said to you, what would it be? You know what I mean? You ain't got to say it or type it. I'm going to think about it myself. You have to sum it up. I'm attempting just to give you a little direction. I'm attempting to illustrate how we don't appreciate him enough, or anybody enough, the realm enough, show God enough, source of all. And we tend to crucify the ones who appear in the form of some Messiah archetype or anything remotely resembling. I mean, I don't know what you say, but to me, he said you got options. Now, whether that was right or wrong, whether I was already in good standing with Christ and he was just trying to lure me astray, lead me astray, or whether I was astray already and didn't know it, and he was trying to drop the Gnostic on me and teach me about some secret stuff. If nothing else, you know for sure. What he said was you got options. So you can tell that nigga thank you. Writing a lot. And I was so small-minded when I was trying to find the enemy in my life. It was he'd always want to be in me. That's what's so funny about the way God words the word. If you wind up running through a maze after the enemy, that winds up being you. It's so hilarious. Yep. I made a choice, gave voice to a vision. Made a choice, gave voice to a vision. I wrote this on 10/23/2013, but I think I told y'all that before. But it's like one of the few rhymes I actually dated. 10/23/2013. I didn't read that. But I made a choice, gave voice to a vision. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord because he's listening. It's that simple. See, better turn for your burn. Spooks. Look, you can make your own decision, but it takes a man to take a stand, make a damn, and to make a difference. That's all I aim to do. Take a chance, make a statement. What I came to do, love you, even though who may be hating. She gave pride for right. I ain't mean to change the name of the game y'all playing the way y'all playing lane. When ain't no joy in your mission, look, can't complain, boy, you're living. Listen. Look, now how long now has the destroyer been toying with you? Took you for a fool, then he pulled a tool. That nigga flamboyant with it. I knew you like that line. Back up in the saddle in the battle, boy, to the board I visit. Vigilant avenger of blood. A veteran, you bet the boy vicious. The voice of Christian, better believe it, even the voice of vicious. If I had to, I'ma crucify the flesh upon the same cross. Cry for stretch the cross, I tell the devil step aside. Holy roller head at home. Holy Ghost flow, you see. Small amount of faith is all it take to make a mountain move about your way, just stepping stone. Upon your long way home to him, although it's lonely on your own. Y'all already know in your heart, you really aren't alone at all. You really aren't alone at all. But the song for all the lonely one. So when you lonely, niggas just know you ain't the only one. Wrote that bread, shed his blood upon that cross he hung. In the street, still to this day, they trying to stone him, bro. Wrote the song for all the lonely one. So when you lonely, just know you ain't the only one. Upon the cross he hung, man, for all of us. Money don't talk for us, but in God we trust. You got a bad rep, you know, and you earned that, so I ain't trying to mess that up. You know. But you ain't, you ain't have it bad. We try to make you out to be. I love you, regardless. And now y'all try to act like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all just heard, I just told Satan I love him. And I meant it. I love him in a unique way that I ain't never loved nothing or no one else. I want to say nothing because he likes to affiliate so much with things. Try to act like a thing sometimes. So you won't love him and made him uncomfortable. It's better he just be a thing. Because you ain't trying to love a thing. He love to act like a thing. Stick bug. You walk stick, he'll blend in with the scenery. You ain't there, you know he there. He's not watching because he purr. He's learned from God. He's like God is his sensei. And it's real mysterious to wonder, like, does Satan experience him though? Does he know he's in training, or is it like us where we're kind of blind and God may or may not be there until we establish that bond? It's really interesting. Like, imagine you were Satan. Does he know he's Miyagi, or does he think he's Miyagi and we're Karate Kid? Or does Satan realize that he's a Karate Kid, and whether he realizes it or not, at the Most High in what might seem like absence? If he's not able to perceive him like we're not able, then he might think he's Miyagi and we're Karate Kid. He's always stepping down on us. I think that was what this is about. You know what I mean? Less about common folk and more about, you know what I'm saying? Not taking him down a peg, but inspiring him to rise even higher. You know what I mean? Because there's always, no matter who you are, there's always something beyond. It's just a matter of whether it or he or she wants to make itself known. But there's always some beyond, or there's nothing, within. And he's ahead of the curve. You know what I'm saying? Wise beyond his years. The Bible said, be wise as a serpent, tender as a dove. And we both got that going on. I really do love him. Y'all see, I didn't have to sell my soul, or I had to lose my salvation, or to deny Christ to love him. The Bible even said, love your enemy. I don't even consider Satan my enemy. He is when he's trying to accuse me. That's what Satan means. And he does that sometimes. He's good at that because he watches. He pays attention. So that's really like the only thing he can do. It's not because he's a worm just trying to accuse you. He pays attention. Nobody else does. Or at least not to that great of an extent. He keeps a certain amount of watch. So he's aware. That's his game. You know what I'm saying? Awareness. That's good. That's what we need. And he ain't trying to go out of his way to give you all this stuff he worked so hard for. That's why I had to come and fork some of it out of his hand and be like, you know what I mean? That's going to turn into blood if you hold on too much of it. Make sure that it's in reach of them at least. And then they'll have their own choice. You ain't got to teach them. You go out your way to school them when they didn't have nothing for you. That's why I can't. You know what I'm saying? They didn't do me like that. But now that I try to do that, and they did me the same way they did you, I got a little glimpse into how it feels. I wouldn't be trying to mess with them either. I mean, if I wasn't dependent on getting out, you know what I'm saying? God uses that to motivate me. And I learned to love them through the process. I learned to appreciate them. At first I didn't. I just wanted to be this big boy on me, just this way it is. But I had to be more realistic. And the more I did it, what God called me to do, the more I realized, you know what I'm saying, they're doing the best they can too. Sometimes me and you would get too involved in something, a girl or a gang or a project or whatever, and then nothing else exists. We lose sight of what really matters. That's why we got each other. I'm sorry that I disrespected a couple of your relationships. I mean, I didn't feel like you'd been honest with me, and I was just being a little dude, just being a little worm. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, F you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you ain't telling me nothing, and you obviously know a lot more than you're saying, and you're putting in all your tests, and you're leaving your growing your lawn, all that stuff, and I don't know what to do. And you know certain things about me. I just was being just a little douche. And I really, crossed lines. Those were sacred lines, but I didn't consider them sacred because I felt like you were being dishonest with me. And so I just felt like, good, you know what I'm saying? Maybe it would hurt your feelings. I didn't really think I would. But through doing that, I saw that, I cared more for you than I knew you, and you cared a little bit more from me and all your people than you lead on. So it's a learning experience. I really wish I didn't cross those lines, but I don't regret anything. I learned from it. They were ungodly lines I crossed, like unimaginable. And I truly am sorry. There's no excuse. But I'm not tripping. I'm not going to live in regret. I'm not going to do that again, though. Given the chance, I hope you never put me in a position like that again. But given the chance, I would rise to the occasion and definitely would make the same mistakes. I'm not recommending you do that. Just letting you know, if you want to redo, just make a better memory, you know what I mean? Make sure that I'm serious. Text me again when I'm least expecting it. I won't do it again. I didn't know what was going on. I was mad at you for not telling me. So I was just doing everything wrong every time I had a chance, hoping that eventually I would do something that got you mad enough. You would act out enough that I would know what the hell was going on. Appreciate it. Peace.